Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Sunshine Coast Regional District Budget Committee for Monday, December 1st, 2025. It's 9:30 a.m. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that the Sunshine Coast Regional District is located in the traditional territories of the Shishel and Squamish Nations. Directors, we have an amended agenda in front of us today, adding in the reports for items, or the presentations for 3.1 and 3.2, and I believe changing the insert that goes with item 4.1 starting on page 20. So are there any other changes to make to the agenda? If not, can I have a motion to adopt the agenda, please? Moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And can I have a motion to receive all presentations, reports, and communications, please? Moved, seconded. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And so with that, without further ado, I guess we'll go straight into item 3.1, which is the 2026 Round 1 Budget Overview. And we'll turn it over to the CAO.
Thank you, Chair. So we just have a brief presentation here to really just set some overview of some emerging items here, not getting into process particularly, but just wanted to really give situational analysis, and some of that was requested by the board at the end of pre-budget, just to really understand what it is, the things that we have coming ahead at the regional district. So procedurally, the Sunshine Coast Regional District concluded its pre-budget at the end of October. Since then, we've adopted our rates and fees bylaws. We've had a community engagement session on November 19th at the Seaside Centre, which was well attended. We also launched a community questionnaire at the beginning, or right at the end of October, and so we have a presentation following this one to give an update on what that questionnaire concluded. And so we're doing round 1 budget with February round 2 with adoption at the end of February. So our board strategic plan, this is the last year of this particular board. So this particular budget culminates a lot of the board's priorities. And so those will be in some of the proposals you see in this package. Essentially an overview of round 1 budget. We're going to be doing some decisions on the final community partners that weren't included as part of pre-budget. The corporate work plan has been included and updated. It was presented as part of pre-budget to really give an assessment of what the resourcing plan for some of the projects were. So that's been updated. And once the budget has been approved, we will do a prioritization with the board as far as what the project priorities will be going forward into 2026 and onward. So some of the emerging items that it's important to note as part of budget, the preliminary figures that we provide don't include things like contractual updates that might occur through the process outside of budget. We also have 2025 year-end results. We had the last quarterly variance that had some functions having significant surpluses or deficits, and so for round 2 and part of year-end, we'll address some of those, including potentially having rate stabilizations, which means returning some funds back to the taxpayer if we have excessive amounts of surplus that are not outlined needed for operational or capital needs. We've also identified where some potential funding for some proposals can be funded from some of those sources. We also have several grants that are out for approval, and if those are received and are successful, we'd have to amend the financial plans. We'll make sure we bring any updates to the board on that front. And again, some of the projects that are in there, the sources might be changing as a result of that. We also know that our transit operating agreement and the timing of that is outside of the budget process. The timing for BC Transit falls outside of different year ends than the regional districts. And we also have changes to benefits and wages due to CPI that have been partially integrated, but there might be some slight changes going right up to final budget adoption. So a few things that are coming up next. And so we wanted just to highlight for the board and for the community, just some reminders of several items that are ongoing right now. And we have several projects that are ongoing from current projects that have been approved, such as the solid waste management plan, the transit future expansion plan, as well as the OCP renewal. We also wanted to note that there are several projects that we already have planned community outreach. Some of these are in the first quarter of 2026, including the official community plan and the solid waste management plan. We've also launched our parks service review, and the sports field strategy is hoping to be presented in January sometime. We also hope to kick off the recreation needs assessment. We're well underway for mock billing. And we have several different projects that will be coming to the community. So there's a lot going out there that we want to engage the community with, probably more so than I've seen in many years past. So the board at the end of pre-budget really wanted to get an understanding of what are the things that we have underway that we may have included in our financial plan, but may not have included in our financial plan. So some of the items that are included in the plan are outlined here. And so these are some of the costs that may be included in the budget. We just, for instance, approved the Langdale Wellfield AAP last week. However, those are the debt servicing costs for those are not articulated in the financial plan quite yet, but may be by the time we approve the budget. And so what the debt servicing cost, that is one of the projects where we did apply for a loan a grant, and the loan is actually for only about $13.5 million, not $19.5 million. So what are major projects and expenditures that are in the future? So things that we have underway, either feasibilities or engineering assessments. So we wanted to make sure that the board and the public understood that we have a lot of things that are in development. And so here are just what some of the known knowns are, and we have several unknowns. And so some of these costs that we have projected are really just estimates right now. For instance, the Seashell landfill vertical expansion is in very early stages and is estimated in the ballpark of 33 million. We also have the new transit facility, but we know that that particular cost would not be fully borne by the regional district in the sense of having to fund $40 million. It could be a lease partnership with BC Transit. So there's lots of different caveats and assumptions built into some of these, but it's all to say that we have a lot of future infrastructure requirements coming forward for the board's contemplation. So for round one budget, this is a preliminary view of what's already been approved and what the impacts to the ratepayers are. The proposed based proposals and project proposals, if everything in the package that's included today were approved, this is what the total financial implication would be. So of course, we know that not all budget proposals will be approved, so this gives the highest scenario. We also wanted to provide what the staffing plan, we provided the current and proposed staffing plan here. And so the permanent FTEs onward, as well as temporary FTEs and what those are included in your budget. We did have some changes between pre-budget and the round one budget for 3 positions that were abandoned. So with that, I will take any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Director Bax.
Thank you, CAO. Going back to page 10 of this presentation, the chart that shows the already approved, the round one tax impacts. The first line in the top chart is already approved. Now this.
Hang on a sec.
As Director Bax is speaking, could we actually see that? What he's talking
That'd be
about?
a good idea.
Yeah, great, thanks.
So at the top line, it says already approved. Now, does that include the taxation of all the projects, not just what's being added to? what I'm saying is that this, the bottom line, the total line, that's not being added to our tax bill this year, is it? That's going to be our total tax, parcel tax for each property? Is that the mill rate for each particular
Perfect, thank you.
property? Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bax. CAO?
Okay, so if you go to the taxation per 100,000 for improvements only as an example, that is for things like recreation and or Dakota Ridge. So we have some services that tax for land and improvements, and we have some that tax for just improvements only. So the already approved in both of those lines are what is status quo, what's already been baked in the cake, as I call it. The second line, the project and the base budget proposals, would be the proposals that are in your package today. If those were all approved and you approved everything that was in the package, that is what the taxation, additional taxation would be.
Follow-up?
So just thinking about, I had a tax bill last year and it was a certain amount of money, and now if we add the, it's about $90, I'm thinking, is going to be added to my tax bill. Should we go with the second line, the project-based proposals, the $10.95 for Area D? That's added on to, that's the proposal to be added on to this year's tax bill. Is that correct?
Correct, Director Bax. We're not adding $188 of taxation.
I just wanted to make that
$188
crystal clear.
would
Thank
be
you.
the new line on the tax bill.
Thank you.
No, and it's a good one to emphasize for anybody who's sort of half following along at home.
Yeah, thank you.
Director McMahon?
Where could I go to find last year's tax rate before we baked the cake?
At the end of the 2024 budget process.
That is online in our budget, our financial plan documents, and so that's actually been updated for round one, so that's online now. So we can always provide what the difference is.
Thank you. And that was a question that came up just before we started, because it's nice to know what the sort of the baseline is for 2025, but where did we leave off 2024? Like how much? Yeah. So any other questions from directors on this part of our agenda? Go ahead, Director Gavious.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if staff can give just a high-level explanation of when we look at FTE requests and we're looking at 0.05 FTE. How does that work? Is this a combination of 0.05 plus and then that creates one position, or is it positions already exist? Like, is there a way to have a high-level explanation of how it works?
It varies depending on the scenario. There's not a single answer to that one. We might have positions that are term right now. We might have positions that are temporary or casual, and so we assess what is existing and we see how that can be matched with the existing staffing complement.
Thank you. But for sure, if you've got that question again as we reach budget proposals, feel free to ask about specifics. We'll see what we can do. Any other questions, directors? I don't see any hands up, so thank you, CAO. I think we're going to move on to item 3.2, which is the financial planning feedback summary. So we'll turn this over to our Manager of Communications and Engagement.
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose of this presentation is to provide you the feedback that we received through both an online questionnaire that ran from October 14th right through to near the end of November, and to also talk about an in-person engagement that was held at the Seaside Centre on November 19th. So the main objectives through this, first off, was to determine, what the community's service priorities are, and we also received input on where they'd like to see tax dollars spent. And then finally, for us, this helped as a really good information tool, we felt, to the public to help understand the link between, service increases or maintaining a certain level of service and potential taxation increase as well. So the questionnaire itself, it ran from October 14th to November 21st. There were 11 questions, and through staff, we estimated a time of less than 5 minutes to complete. Promoted quite heavily across a news release. We ran a couple of ads in the paper, social media posts, and we ran it through community groups that we have here as well, and felt very fortunate that they were willing to share it out. So a big thank you to them for that. And also local media as well. So it was included in some of the stories that the Coast Reporter put up online. All resulted in 259 responses to the online questionnaire. And the Let's Talk page, which essentially is the hub for our financial planning process this year, our online hub, received about 689 visits during the time that the questionnaire was live. So again, that's October 14th to November 21. So to dip in real quick and talk about coffee, cookies and conversations. So we had 30 attendees at the event itself. Took place in the Seaside Centre November 19th. Again, we'd promoted it, quite a lot. At the event itself, we weren't just talking about the financial planning process for those folks who came by. They also had the opportunity to learn about the solid waste management plan, see where we were at with the OCP process. Fire Smart were there, our emergency planners were there as well. We'd parks there talking about the park service review, transit improvements. So a great event, and very grateful to staff as well who I felt did a great job just in presenting each table. So jump in next then, just to the questionnaire itself. So I'll just run through a couple of slides here just to provide the information that we received through the 5 weeks that it was up and online. So most of our responses came from the District of Seychelles, followed through by Elphinstone, Half Moon Bay, Roberts Creek, and as you can see there, West House Down, Town of Gibsons as well. And those who answered other were seasonal residents on the Sunshine Coast, and they live on the mainland and on Lower Mainland and have homes out here that they may come out to during the summers. How long have you lived in the Sunshine Coast? So most of our respondents have been here for more than 20 years. With 58 then, the next highest is 5 to 10 years. Again, kind of demographic related questions. Most respondents were 65 plus. We did have 58 respondents who are aged between 35 to 44, which historically, when we look back on other questionnaires that we've done, that's not necessarily a demographic that we've had responding to these. So that's quite encouraging to these questionnaires, as well as like a 25 to 34. Yeah, so really happy to see that in the questionnaire itself. So next we were asking people how informed they felt about the financial planning process. So somewhat informed is 137, very informed 36. So we're hoping that, by continuing a push of information and, taking some of the feedback that we received, we can hopefully in future years, help those folks who felt not very informed, at least become somewhat informed around their financial planning process. And we asked people how they'd like to learn more, and thankfully we're doing most of these things, which is good. So, our website, local newspaper, the Coast Reporter, email newsletters is one that we looked at, and I think there's definitely a little bit of learning in there. We've got 360 people who are subscribed to our newsletter. We usually launch it monthly. We could potentially look at in the future running an additional one around the financial planning process. So that's certainly something that we'll take away. We asked people what they'd like to take part in. So online Q&A or information session, rated out top. So again, that's something that we will be looking to do between round 1 and round 2 budget, is to host an information session for people to be able to come along and ask questions and provide them kind of where we're at post round 1. And then we asked people, how important are all of these SCRD services to you? So I've kind of put these as what folks felt were very important. So as you can see, drinking water services, fire protection, fire departments, garbage disposal, recycling, and emergency management. All 4 of those came out on top in where people felt, the services they felt were very important to them. So then we asked people, we said whether or not they'd be willing to see a reduction in service levels for any of the same services that we provided. So as you can see again, it's fairly consistent with the previous slide in that drinking water services, fire protection, garbage disposal, emergency management, all came out as kind of firm no's. And then as you go further down the line, you can see a little bit of a leveling in some of the other services. And what I will say, I think that, some of the services that are maybe seeing a little bit of a leveling there are more so ones that, people may not always engage with, So, drinking water services is obviously something which is very top of mind for people. And next we asked if people would be willing to pay more in taxation or user fees to see an increased level of service in any of the following. So, again, you see there that it was drinking water services and fire protection, which were the only kind of two which didn't completely level out, and they were both yeses. And kind of as you see, it's again, you can see a level of consistency with the services that people felt were important to them on that. And then finally, we just asked an overall question, and we asked people, what they'd like to see happen for the SUD's financial planning process. It was, approve projects to maintain service levels, only bring forward essential projects, reduce services or improve and increase services. And as you can see, 90 respondents had asked just to bring forward essential projects. When we look at other on that, in summary, kind of what was provided there was, were these points. People were looking for an efficient use of tax dollars, investment in essential services, and looking at it just to complete existing projects before we kick off new ones. Look at reducing SE overheads, free up resources for essential services, and then, kind of right across, drinking water was definitely a consistent theme, and environmental protection we're seeing as priorities. So yeah, with that, I can take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Directors, any questions on the community engagement process, report, summary? Director Gabias.
Not a question, but I'm surprised to hear that there's, I think, less than 400 people registered to the newsletter. It's a great newsletter. I encourage everybody to subscribe to that. Lots of good information there.
Thank you. Anybody else? Director Bax?
Yeah, again, not a question, but an observation that's interesting to see the chart on page 18 about the willingness of our constituents to pay more for certain services. And water and fire protection seem to be the only ones that have broken the 50% mark in this chart. And so that's an interesting observation. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Director Bax. All right. Go ahead, Director Gabias.
Yeah, I'm assuming there'll be a debrief later on after budget, but it'd be interesting to see what worked. I know there's some new things that was tried this year, and what worked and what we want to continue in the future, or what needs to be improved or enhanced or whatnot. But yeah, I think there's hopefully some good learnings this year that we can apply to coming years. I don't know if the staff has any comment now, or that's something that we can touch on after budget.
Thank you. What I will provide is I meet monthly with 21 other communications people from other regional districts, and we're all sharing ideas about how we go ahead and engage people in the financial planning process. And yeah, we will absolutely debrief, take a look at the feedback we've received, but as well I'll also debrief with my peers as well and see what may have worked elsewhere and really try and incorporate that into our financial planning process.
And just to highlight, you mentioned during your presentation the idea of maybe trying to do something between round one and round two additional, right? Yep. So not done engaging. And yeah, I don't see any other hands up, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to our first community partner presentation. And so we'll ask the Gibsons and District Public Library to come forward.
Thanks, Adam. Good morning.
Just before you get started, and just wanted to remind you and everybody else, our delegations are 10 minutes each, and I'm sure directors will have questions when we get to the end of the presentation.
We'll be shorter than that, Chair. Great Greetings. I think everybody here knows me, but for those who don't, my name is Rob Benny. I'm the chair of the Gibsons and District Public Library. Last year, Heather and I shared that we had both taken on provincial roles, leadership roles in our respective organizations to advocate for increased provincial library funding in the hopes of reducing the burden on local governments and residents. Our organizations worked very hard contributing to the adaptation of a strong library-focused resolution at this year's UBCM. Ultimately, we were not successful in getting extra provincial funding for this coming year, although future funding increases were hinted at once the current fiscal climate improves. We will both continue this advocacy, but for 2026, we must again rely on our local funders for support. In recognition of the current financial climate, we have kept our requests modest, which Heather will outline. Before turning it over to Heather, though, I would like to reiterate that our library serves as a crucial community hub, providing equitable access to information, digital resources, literacy programs, and a safe public place for all residents of areas D, E, F, and the town of Gibsons. Over the past year, demands for all our services, resources, and programming have increased dramatically, and in-library visits continue to rebound beyond pre-pandemic levels. Continued SCRD support ensures that our region's residents have access to strong, modern library services that foster learning, inclusion, and community well-being in a safe environment for all our residents. So I'd like to thank you for your consideration of our request, and also thank you for your ongoing support over the years.
Thanks, Rob. Thank you for your time and consideration today. We do recognize the intensity of your current workload and the fiscal challenges facing the SCRD during this budget cycle. We also understand the need for restraint and responsibility in all financial decisions. So with that in mind, we are requesting the leanest possible increase to maintain our current service hours, resources, and staffing levels. Our library has been an active advocate, as Rob has explained, for increased provincial funding for public libraries. And some of you joined us at our UBCM presentation and reception. Thanks for coming to that. While the province has indicated there will be no increase, there is clear and growing support for sustainable funding in the future. Locally, we want to express our sincere, deep appreciation for the SCRD's ongoing support. We do feel that our success is your success. With 8,228 active patrons representing 64% of our service population, we are one of the most highly used and valued libraries in BC. In our 2024 survey, 98% of respondents affirmed that they would support their tax dollars going to the increases required to sustain our services. We serve as a tech hub, a free and welcoming space, a literacy center, a settlement support resource, a job search hub, and a refuge during extreme weather. In challenging economic times, our role in bridging gaps for residents with limited resources is more important than ever, and we are certainly seeing that right now. We've been busier than we've ever been before. We are requesting an additional $40,584 in our 2026 budget request, a 4.8% increase. This increase primarily covers negotiated wage and benefit adjustments in our new collective agreement that we bargained in August, in effect until December 2028. This is the least amount of increase we can manage without reducing our Saturday library hours. We understand you have many competing priorities and sincerely thank you for our continued partnership. Every dollar invested in our library generates measurable positive outcomes for our community, and this investment is not only valued, it is smart governance. We thank you again for your support and are happy to take any questions you might have.
Short and succinct. Thank you very much. Directors, questions for the Gibsons and District Library? Director Bax.
Thank you. Yes, I did attend your presentation and reception in Victoria this year. It was great, and it was really hard to listen to some of the stories that were coming out about the stresses and strains that are put on your library staff in this day and age. And I think it's very important that that these public places exist, especially in tough economic times when people can lean on the library for lots of different services. About your advocacy with the province, has it just fallen flat, or is there any candle burning? Is
Oh, yeah, yeah, we're focusing on the candle for sure. I don't know if any of you stayed for the Premier's talk at the end of the convention, but it was a no, but it wasn't a hard no. And it's the most traction we've ever had at a UBCM convention around provincial funding increase. So Rob is currently the vice chair of the BC Library Trustees Association. I'm just about to become the chair of the Association of BC Public Library Directors. And we are definitely going to be forging ahead with resolutions and a media campaign. So we're just going to try and build on the momentum that we achieved this year.
I just wanted to, what's the provincial portion of library funding? Like,
I can only speak to our library because every library is very distinct across the province. But for us, I would say less than 20%.
and the rest comes from a local government?
Correct, and grants.
And
I mean, we
grants.
have a diversified funding, but you're definitely our main primary funder for sure. And that's often the case, I would say, across libraries across BC. We have not had a provincial increase for 15 years.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Director McMahon.
Yeah, I also just wanted to thank you for your provincial advocacy and a lovely reception at UBCM. I went intending to stay a few minutes and ended up there half the night. Yeah, so all we can do is to keep going at the province. Other jurisdictions fund libraries differently. And some provinces, I understand, provide the primary funding for public libraries. And I don't know why we got the short end of the stick historically, but it can be better.
All right. Thank you, Director McMahon. I don't see any other hands, so thank you for
Thank
coming.
you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is item 3.4, which is the Seashell Public Library. If it's green, it's on.
Ready? Hello, everyone. I'm Leanne Emery, Director of the Seashell Public Library, and I'm here with Rianne Paprell, Board Chair, and we also have some staff members and former board members and friends of the library here. And I'm sure there are lots of friends of the library listening from home, too. So the History Channel is one of my favorite TV channels. With shows like History Erased and Life Without People, you get a glimpse of life without some particular person, some country, something. So someone last time I was here on the council asked me to bring numbers. So let's combine that with our own version of Life Without Seashell Library in 2025. 5,500 computer users would have nowhere else to go to read or send emails, get government or medical forms, or study. 625 Sunshine Coast citizens, not just our service area, would not have received free one-on-one support with their technical problems and therefore can't operate their phones, can't use their laptops, and have no idea where to go for help. They would not have been empowered and cannot thrive in this ever-changing technical world. 55,000 printed documents, like Amazon return labels, passport applications, and court papers, would not exist without much more difficulty from the patron's perspective, and certainly they would have had no staff assistance. 22,000 Wi-Fi users would rely on their own expensive data plans or might not even have a computer at all, and if they do, they'll be sitting on a hard chair at Starbucks. 260,000 international magazine and newspaper articles would not have been read from the comfort of their own lazy boy or while they're traveling. 0 people would be baking us gourmet Christmas cookies from our Bon Appetit magazine because, well, we don't exist and magazines are expensive to buy. We have 112 in our library. 900 books would not have been sent to the Pender Harbor Reading Center or made their way back, ensuring more vehicles and more people on that windy road, or they just had nothing to read at all. 19,351 citizens, Seashell Library's service area, would not have had the equivalent of almost 9 physical books per person in their hands for free. 6,600 people would not have been able to attend over 525 programs or events, leading to further social isolation. Hundreds of families would not have been able to give their kids access to robots, engineering components, math toys, science experiments, or writing tablets, as are 39 STEAM kits that teach their kids about science, technology, engineering, arts, and math would not have been available to them. This is why, in the written report you have before you, I wrote about why continued investment in Seashell Library and in both Sunshine Coast libraries is a critical driver of community resilience, economic vitality, and quality of life for people in the Sunshine Coast. From essential social infrastructure, technological leadership, and community-centered programming, to being a sustainable and resilient operation time and time again, we move these same ideas into what you have as Section 6, Library of the Future. Section 6, Library of the Future, was actually a special request by one of our funders because they wanted to know how we saw Seashell Library. We are not limited by our ideas to remain this essential community asset in the future, only by space and finances. So of course, speaking of finances, for the past 2 years, we've been attached to a 6-partner fixed funding agreement, which gave us 3% or less in each of those years. It was not enough to sustain the very basic costs of library service. The 2026 budget request realigns this to a balanced budget. Not out of choice, but out of necessity to keep the request as low as possible for our funders, we've reduced our casual labor hours, canceled valuable online educational services, flatlined library spending for such items as physical books and online demand. And lastly, because our unionized staff's future wage increases have not been determined at this point, the budget includes the same wage increases Gibson's Library has just negotiated for their staff. Seashell Library, backed by our Board of Trustees, is requesting an increase of $72,706 from funds received in 2025. Funds alone do not make a successful library. It takes strong leadership, a dedicated, unified, and empowered team, and a desire to positively impact the lives on the Sunshine Coast. We are requesting your support on a 1-year extension to our service and funding agreement and the increase we need to keep delivering outstanding library service in your communities. Thank you for your dedication to the communities that you all serve and in your capacity as directors. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Directors, questions? Director Gabius.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Love some numbers. That's really great. Really hard to argue against the value of libraries, obviously, and I know that personally this year my household has saved hundreds of dollars in books and resources. So libraries are incredibly precious, and we know that. I have a question about fundraising. I know the Friends of the Library are amazing. They're doing the book sales every weekend, or often anyway. And I'm wondering if there's other opportunities for fundraising, like if someone wanted to donate to the library, how would they go about doing that? And how would that money help the libraries?
I'll give you our fundraising chair.
Great.
Thanks for the question. Yes, our Friends of the Library are fantastic, and we have one of our friends right here. And I don't quite know what we would do without them. However, we also have, we haven't had a goal for fundraising, but we will have a goal coming because we're looking now at increasing our space, building our library, and we don't know what is going to happen as far as the building's concerned in Seashell. We're in a bit of a tricky situation there, so we really are going to need fundraising to help us mitigate the problems that we will have in the future. We did have, the second year we've had a quiz night, and that was just kind of trying it out. This year, we were able to raise $500 for Wonder Books, which is something we could not afford for kids unless we had that. And we will try and build on that going forward and looking at other fundraising as well. As far as donations are concerned, we have Canada Helps, which we use. We have the Sunshine Coast Foundation. We have the Iris Lewin Fund. And we're looking at talking to them to make libraries a little bit more prominent on their webpage. You can donate through our webpage, and we get donations throughout the year. And also, of course, we apply for grants all the time.
Great, thank you. Directors, any other questions for our delegation? I don't see any hands up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have the Skookumchuck Museum and Egmont Heritage Center.
Thank you so much. Yeah. And I'll just turn this my screen. It's on. Thank you. How do I make it larger? How do I make it larger? We're on. Oh, it's there. Okay, great. Hi, everybody. My name is Renee. I am the office manager for the Egmont Heritage Center. And I'm here today with my treasurer, Anna. And a little bit about me. I live in Old Egmont, also known as Quatamas, and with my dog, Ruby. Ruby is the museum greeter, very enthusiastic. A little bit about last year. We did a little cleanup. I just arrived last year at the beginning of spring. So we did a little cleanup, painted the place, brought in some new items. A little bit about this year. We stocked the gift shop. So we stocked the gift shop with all local arts and artisans items. For example, Whiskey Slough Candle Company, we are the first ones to carry her candles, and she has embodied the sense of her childhood growing up in Whiskey Slough. So in doing so, our sales went from 18,000 to 48,000. We've also been in the Coast Reporter several times, so that's helped bring traffic as well. The museum looked a little bit like this at the beginning of the year, and thanks to you guys and Wellington Landscaping, oh, it's a little fuzzy. We did some nice cleanup around the yard. All the garden beds have been cleaned. There's native flowers that are growing in the front now. We also had a local citizen approach us to see if we wanted them to build a hot dog stand for events, to see if it would drive people through, so we did that. And we have had some farmers markets, and that's our little 13-year-old Nev, who loves to be involved and bring her crafts for sales. We also, for the first time, took part in the art crawl, which was super fun. There's 3 locations on that end of the map, and there's little Nev again selling her little arts. So we stocked up. We made sure to get artists from all over the coast. We're not quite done. We still have a crafting workshop before the end of the year in the next few days here, and we're also going to have a sale. Now you might be thinking, what the funds? Because I did ask for quite a lot more than I did last year. So a little bit about our operating costs. Anything that's in blue is fluctuating because we're not done the end of the year yet. So as you can see, our groundskeep was a lot larger than last year. So 5,000 of what we asked for last year went to our groundskeep, so we went over that. And 50,000 that you gave us went to our wages, but we went over that as well. Now, this is our office overhead and all of our gift shop. So we brought in an accounting team, so that's cost us some money. And of course, our gift shop, we spent a little more money in order to make money. And we did have some expenses, repairs and purchases this year. And these were them. So this rock wall, for example, this was a creosote wall and it was rotten and it was falling and we weren't able to get into the basement very well. So we had to get that replaced.
We also gravelled that driveway to the basement because our vehicles were getting stuck in the mud. We also had to buy a new laptop, change all the smoke detectors, and unfortunately, we had a tree fall on the roof, and it damaged one of the skylights, and so we had an insurance claim. And then there is our accounting fee. So a few extra costs this year. If you take a quick look, you can see that building maintenance probably is going to be needed quite soon. It's been brought to my attention that those posts will need to be sealed and looked after if we want to remain them there, if they want to remain there. The building hasn't been painted or looked after in quite some time, so there is some work on the outside that does need to be done. The plexiglass up there needs to be replaced because it's leaking. The roof needs to be washed. There's a few things that need to take place in the next couple of years here. So staffing. Our first row is employee number 1, that would be me. Second row is employee number 2, third row is employee number 3, and then the fourth is remittances. So that was this year. What we're looking to do for next year is to bring everybody up to a living wage for the coast, as the employees last year were brought in at a really low wage. And so we're bringing them up a little bit to reflect the living wage, but also we have required more staffing. So as I mentioned earlier with the gift shop, we have been in the Coast Reporter, et cetera. It has driven people to come, and sometimes 40 people just walk in the door at the same time. So during those days, for example, during the summer, it used to be one person there by themselves, but we can't really afford to do that anymore because then I wouldn't get any admin done whatsoever. So we've had to staff up a little bit. Total revenue projections. So this is all of the incomes that we have. And revenue minus expenses. So the blue is the year that we are on right now. Blue is what fluctuates because we're not quite done the year. And what I've done here is I've taken out the grant that we received this year because although it's one of our revenues, it does not go towards our operating costs. And so at the end of the day, we went under a little bit, and we would be doing the same thing for next year. And we would mainly be doing the same thing because if we look at here, we have put in for that maintenance that I was talking about on the building. So the red 2026 projections there, they include some building maintenance, they include more groundskeeping. We also have a rental building that we look after, which is going to require some maintenance. So that's why we think we are going to have more costs next year, and our numbers will be in the red. So some of our operational costs. So this is what we are asking for from you. We're looking for just the groundskeep and the staffing. And we think that's modest, as if we look back on, oh, did I pass it already? Sorry. If we look back, no, I didn't. If we look back on our gift shop, our office overhead, so we've got 45 grand in office overhead, but our gift shop brings in 50. So we've decided that we can look after all of our office and all of our gift shop overhead. Okay. And so we do think that we might be a little bit overfunded considering other sectors, but also specifically if we look at a museum that is most like us in the way of staffing and in the space that they have, the Sunshine Coast Museum and Archives. Last year we received half of what they did. So we're just trying to come up to maybe just a more modest, I guess, operational cost. So this year, we want to be the hub. We want people to come over and hang out with us, and we want to be able to educate people. So at the beginning of next year, we're going to be looking at doing field trips with the school. We have an grand opening we usually do, and we have a Japanese exhibit going in. That was the grant for this year. We have Sunday Farmers Market scheduled for July and August, and of course we're going to have our grand reopening party somewhere in the spring, and we look to take part in the art crawl again. These are just some of the things that we have planned. We hoped that it's a nice full year full of nice fun things for the community to do. For example, the crafting that's happening on the weekend, one of the locals came in and she approached me and she wanted to get it done, so I'm glad that I can oblige her. And that is it. We thank you for what you do for us and open to questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Directors, any questions for Egmont? Director Lee.
I understood everything except that rental building. What
Well,
is that?
Before my time, they ended up purchasing the building that is currently used as the post office. And so that is our unit. And even though it was renovated, it requires, like, some renovations were just not done well. And so it's going to require some work.
Thank you. Follow-up, Director Lee?
Well, I struggle with that as part of the museum function, that's all. I can't see that. It needs to stand alone on its, I believe it should stand alone if it's a rental building.
Yeah, like it's a building that the museum purchased in order to keep the post office in Egmont. I wasn't here. I didn't have anything to do with this. It's just in our operating cost because we own it. We're not asking you for any of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, somebody with a long memory might remember this, but I seem to remember that at one time, the museum also functioned as a visitor center.
It is a visitor center as well.
It is a
yes.
visitor center. Do you get income from that?
Well, we get donations. And so we have an electric vehicle charger. We ask for donations for that. And then people come through the museum and they leave a donation if they feel like it. But that's about it.
You're thinking in terms of like partnering with Sunshine
Yeah,
Coast Tourism?
I'm thinking Sunshine Coast Tourism because it is a great little visitor center. It really is.
Like in the magazine? Is that
No,
what you're-
no, they fund the other visitor centers, right?
Okay,
They actually
thank
provide
you.
funding to operate.
Okay,
Might be worth exploring
yeah,
for sure.
for sure. Thank you.
Any other question? Director Lee?
I was surprised to see you grew up in Old Egmont?
I did not. No, I've been here for about 5 years.
Oh, okay, got
Yeah.
that wrong. That's quite a commute for the people that live in Old Egmont to go to school. Old Egmont's the other side of the Chuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Director Gabius.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I'm trying to find the information, but you might be able to help me. I see the revenue from admissions, but do we have an idea of how many people have gone through the building this year, or how many is projected for next year? Like what your projections are for the future?
I don't have the number on me, but I do have those numbers. We do keep track of the people that come through. And we do know that more people have come through this summer than last summer, for sure. There's probably at least a 30% increase.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. Oh, Director Lee, just in the nick of time.
Your wages increase is pretty high.
My wage increases are pretty high. Like I was saying, some of the wages, like for myself, but also for the girls coming in, were less than what they pay at Grips for recycling. So we've had to bring that up because it's only fair. But also, we've had to staff more, so the girls are working more than before.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out how you got by with a lesser amount is all, because it's quite a bit more.
Yeah, so how we got by before is that we had one person working only on a day, and it wasn't as busy, so it was like they could handle that. But this summer, like if only one of us works, so that means I'm working by myself, I can't get any administration stuff done, right? So I'd have to come in on another day while someone is there, so that's two of us there.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. No more hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next up, we have the Pender Harbor Health Center.
So good morning, directors and staff. Sitting for you again, follow up from last year's budget deliberations. My name's Nick Gaskin. I'm the Executive Director of the Pender Harbour Health Centre, and I'm sat here today with Paula Nordic, our Finance Manager. So before we get into talking about numbers, I always like to talk about numbers of service to community, because I think it's important that you see the impact that we have every day on the health and wellness of the Pender Harbour and area community, and also highlight the wonderful work that our dedicated staff do to deliver these services locally to community. So the numbers you're seeing here today before you are based on our last year, 2024 into 2025, and an annual report that went out in September. And given we only have a part-time physician, we still managed to provide over 1,500 appointments with a physician at the health centre. We run a clinic, an ambulatory care clinic funded by Vancouver Coastal Health, staffed by our own Pender Harbour staff. And last year we provided over 5,600 treatments and procedures in our clinic, and we sent over 2,500 samples directly down to the Seashore Hospital lab for processing, which saved our patients the travel to the lab or even to Life Labs to get those samples taken. We also provide home care and palliative nursing services, and as you can see, over 8,345 appointments and interactions were had with seniors, predominantly in our community. We get some core funding. We used to get some core funding, which we'll get into in a little bit, from the provincial government for the Ministry of Health. Unfortunately, this year we lost $180,000 in that core funding for the ministry. They pulled all their funding for community health centres for this fiscal. Luckily, we managed to carry over a little bit of funding to keep some programs going at a scale back. But last year, we supported 44 patients through our nurse-led chronic disease management clinic. We provided over 542 appointments and counselling sessions with a dietitian at the health centre, and our social worker had over 342 interactions with community. Now, these are the primary care services that we offer, which you expect to see at kind of any health centre, at any clinic. But we at Pender Harbour Health Centre, as a community health centre, understand the importance of community health and wellness as a whole. And so providing programs and services that keep people well and keep people housed. And so some of these services you can see in front of you, we get funding through United Way for our Better at Home programme. And last year we supported over 64 seniors and provided over 980 services to those seniors in their home. We have an adult care programme that we used to run every Friday for 4 participants. Unfortunately, that programme ended this year with the funding cuts from the government. We do seniors programming through some funding from VCH and funding from the auxiliary. And last year we supported over 237 seniors and provided 170 programmes and services. Transportation supports, we do our volunteer driving through our volunteer driver programme through Better at Home, and that did 121 rides. And then we launched the new Seniors Link bus service last fiscal. And during that fiscal, we provided rides to 215 rides to 36 seniors. Just to give you some comparison, the year before, through our whole transportation programme, we provided about 120 trips. And so you see over 100%, nearly 150% increase in transportation with that new funding. And then obviously we have a community garden that offers 25 plots to community members who don't have access to green space to garden. Alongside that, we're happy to partner with Vancouver Coastal Health, and they rent space within the clinic to bring up these teams. They're nurse practitioner, public health nursing, psychiatry. We get some satellite addictions drop-in, and the VCH home care staff team now have an office, a permanent office at the Pender Harbour Health Centre to embed VCH more locally into Pender Harbour. And then on top of that, we're proud to be a home to an array of health and wellness practitioners who rent space at the health centre, help us bring in an income, but also provide vital services to community. We have our community pharmacists through the primary care network. Pender Harbour Dental have a full service clinic. Acupuncture was a new tenant in the last year, and he's been so successful that he started with 1 day a week and is now up to 2 days a week providing service from the health centre. So as you can see, this is our budgets from last year, our revenues and our expenses. And you can see, as a community health centre, we're funded with many different funding pieces. It takes a real jigsaw to put together the funding we need to keep the health centre operational, while the Ministry of Health don't fund us with any dollars, direct dollars at this time. And you can see there 15% of our budget last year came from the SCRD operating budget, which we're here to talk about today. And then flip that round, 18% we spent out on the building operations. And so when we talk about deficit that we're trying to reconcile this year, you can see there the money comes in doesn't necessarily match what we have to spend out on building operations. So, as you've seen from the package that's been given, and as we've discussed about previously, we've been running an operational deficit on our budget asks with you guys for 10 years. And to date, we've calculated that we've ran a deficit over $180,000 in our operations, which we've backfilled with funding from donations mainly, and occasionally some grants that we've been able to find. And this year, we're predicting a $13,000 operational deficit. One example of that expense could be we identified an issue with our septic lines. They're 50 years old. They need replacing. It was a very expensive cost, $60,000, $70,000 to make that replacement. So we ended up installing hand dryers, electric hand dryers in our washrooms at a cost of about $4,000 because we were having issues with paper getting caught up in the septic lines. And so luckily that $4,000 investment is able to save us needing to make a $60,000 investment right now. But that's an expense we weren't expecting, which adds to a deficit. Ongoing fiscal pressures that we've heard from other partners, and we know right now, combined with the current cost of living climate, diminished our capacity to cover these expenses. As I've talked about, we lost $180,000 from the Ministry of Health. We've seen community donations, people are tightening up their belt strings, and so our donations haven't come at the level they have done. And we've also got competing priorities in community. Other non-profit organisations are also running fundraisers, asking for community donations. So the community's been asked for a lot in regards to that. We have met earlier in the year with the finance staff here at the SCRD, and they directly asked us, why do we bring a budget with a deficit to you guys? And after going back and thinking about that question, we couldn't really answer it. And so we decided, you know what, at the recommendation of the finance team and our new finance manager, we're bringing together a new operational budget that matches our true operational expenses. So we no longer have to run this deficit and rely on these donations. So as you can see, last year we got a $10,000 increase, and you can see we're predicting a deficit of $13,000. Next year we're asking for an increase of $32,000, which is an 18% increase, but this will create a balanced budget and a 0% deficit for us. This increase will cover essential administrative facility operating costs, utilities, janitorial, building maintenance, cost of living increases for staff who work, our janitorial and our maintenance staff, and the expenses we need to keep the health centre operational and functioning. And then moving forward, we acknowledge this is a hike. This 18% is a hike this year to bring us up to a new baseline. But moving forward, then we're projecting just a 3% increase each year there on in order to maintain in line with inflation. Further to that request in our operational funding, we want to talk to you about our 5-year capital plan. And as you can see here, over the next 3 to 5 years, we're predicting near $250,000 in upgrades that are going to be needed at the health centre. Our water heaters have hit their 10-year mark this year, and so they're due for replacement. We've talked about septic line. That cost there you see is to reline the pipes rather than replace the pipes. If we replace them, as I talked, that'll be substantially more expensive. Furnace replacement, we still run on oil, believe it or not, and we'd love to get away from that and get to more sustainable and eco-friendly fueling options. We've talked about the roof before, at last year's budget, that the roof is old and it's aging and it's showing signs of wear, and we're doing our best to get up there and the skylights and seal them and stop the leaks coming in, but we are seeing some leaks. And then a security system upgrade. We've had a very outdated security system. It works, but obviously in 2025 we'd love to move forward and have cameras and a more robust security system, one that we could also manage offline. As always with our capital, all these upgrades come from own source revenue. So we have tried to chase grants before. We tried to chase a federal grant a few years ago, which we were unsuccessful in, because other organisations on the coast got funded through that granting stream. So most of our capital upgrades come from own source revenue, which is donations predominantly, or money raised through the auxiliary, and obviously the reserve fund allocation we get through the SCRD. And we're very thankful, of course, to the SCRD and the ratepayers at Pender Harbour for supporting these needed upgrades that we need to the health centre. But we know that the fund contribution to that reserve allocation hasn't increased in many years. And obviously during that time, our infrastructure has changed and the cost to maintain it significantly increased. Next year, we celebrate 50 years of providing health and wellness services to the Pender Harbour community. So today, alongside this budget ask, we're also formally requesting that the board consider a percentage increase to our reserve funding allocation to help cover the upcoming costs. While we acknowledge that the increase will never fully cover all costs associated with these capital expenses, any increase will help us offset what we need to fund through donations and fundraising and grant writing. We have, as I mentioned earlier, we did apply for a grant for the federal government for an infrastructure to improve that, and we were denied in that application process. Before I take questions, obviously I'd like to say that we thank you, the ratepayers, for the support that you provide to the health centre as a non-funded health centre by the provincial government. We rely heavily on our partners, local and provincial, to support us with their funding to allow us to continue to deliver the health and wellness services to our community. And we're excited about the launch of the primary care network this year at the health centre. That's going to be one of our big highlights, bringing on more staff. And looking out this week for an announcement about a new physician joining our team that will be made this week to community. So still trying to push forward, still trying to drive new revenue streams, but we rely again on our partners to support us with these requests. Thanks for listening, and I'm here to take any questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nick, and congratulations on your physician recruitment. Directors, any questions for the Pender Harbour Health Centre? Director Lee?
Where did the money come to cover the previous year's deficits?
Donations, quite frankly, donations. We did get a grant from the province, which SCRD chipped in towards for some upgraded maintenance and renovations a few years ago, but predominantly the back of donations is where we're finding the money to cover those deficits.
Yeah, thank you. And 7% rent, it seems a little low. Like of your total funding, the rent is only 7% of your total income.
Yes, rent only covers, we have the dental clinic, which is a substantial rental income, and then we rent space by the day predominantly because just limited space.
I see.
If we could rent monthly rents and have people renting rooms on a monthly basis, we'd bring in more revenue, but we use those rooms for other programs. And so we're not in the ability really to accrue monthly rent. So we end up just renting day rates here and day rates there for folks.
Yeah, thank you. One more question?
Can I go to Director White and then come back to you? All right.
Yeah, I have a follow-up to Director Lee's first question. Really, that was my question, is just when the explanation is donations paid for the shortfall, I mean, sometimes nonprofits actually have raised donations for operating funds. That's really common in Gibson's. But other times, I mean, when you say donations, where were those donations originally intended is my question. I mean, is that more from a reserve fund shifting over? Because, I mean, sometimes, like I said, donations are for operating, so it's just, it's better for us to understand what the gravity of the donations is being shifted over.
The community can choose what the donation is for. So a lot of the times they choose restricted, meaning for medical alone. But before we had a very generous donor that was open to, we could use it for operating or whatever we wanted to. We have seen a reduction of that. So now people are very specific in restricting the funds, meaning I just want it for medical equipment, in which case we cannot use those donations anymore because they are saying what they want it for. And in general, the donations have decreased significantly too.
Go ahead.
So I guess what I'm hearing is that there was some flexible funds, and now that most of those have been depleted into 2025 operating, that will no longer be available
Yeah, I
to
think
fund operating?
we hear from donors quite often that they want the money to go to really targeted. I'll give you an example. This year we got a local family who donated $105,000 to the health centre, but they wanted it to be used on a specific project, a legacy project. So we put that money into renovating our physician wing and buying new technology. Most community members I've seen during my time there want their money to be used for a programme or to be used for equipment and supplies. It's quite rare to see somebody want to donate money to go to wages or go to operations. And I think part of that is because the ratepayers pay for the operations through their property taxes, that then thinking, well, we give them money for their operations for the property taxes, so let's give them the money over here to pay for programs and services. And so it's
Specialty items, yeah.
trying to reset that in some ways and understand that operational overhead and operating an organisation, whether it's the staffing and administration side or just the building operations, is core and fundamental in order to attract those other dollars and those other services. And the physician wing renovation is a great example. This new physician that we have oncoming said that one of the attractions for him was this new renovated space. And so we had to speculate to accumulate. We put the money out, we developed a really great work environment, which then helped to attract that doctor to come and join us.
Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. The customers of the facility, do you track where they come from?
So we have a clear catchment area for the Pend Harbour Health Centre. We go Sans Souci up to Egmont, and that's our catchment area. And so, for example, when we're attaching new patients to the new physician, they will come from that catchment area, which is the mission of the health centre and the foundings of it. So the mission statement is we serve residents of Pend Harbour and surrounding communities, and so they're the patients that we have accessing care.
So that would be for the doctor's catchment area, not necessarily, well, I guess it's the question's the other way around, actually. Do we subsidize the rent for some of the people that are renting our facility, such as the dentists, the acupuncturists? Do they pay what it cost us per square foot to operate?
Yes, so we actually just did last week we sat down to do a square footage review and look at what our tenants are paying, and they're in line with operational costs and in line with what square footage is across the coast. So yeah, we're not making money, I would say, off our tenants, but they are paying what the expenses are.
That's good news, thank you. I got one more question.
I don't see any other hands at the moment, so go ahead, Director Lee.
Okay. I think it was announced we're getting a doctor in December or so, which is great. Will the doctor, did we have to offer any incentives to get the doctor, such as free rent or anything like that? Or is it coming with the typical, he has to cover his overhead, or she?
Yeah, so when it comes to the current position we've got, there was no incentives needed. This family came to visit with me. We toured them around the health centre a couple of times, had lots of meetings, and this physician chose the Pend Harbour Health Centre as the practice where he wanted to practice on the Sunshine Coast. So he brings with him an overhead, like every physician on the coast. So we host the doctor, and he pays an overhead every month to the clinic to cover the kind of receptionist costs, the EMR access, medical supplies. But yes, we have got a housing database, and I did give him the lists of about 7 or 8 landlords locally who were showing interest in renting to a physician. He chose to live a bit further down the coast, so didn't take up those options. But no, we managed to attract this physician without having to outlay any financial expenses, which is I'm thankful for, and I'm thankful for this physician for joining the team.
That was very well done. Maybe you can get another one the same way now.
Well, I did meet with 2 more physicians last week, and I've got 1 more coming up next week. So it remains my number 1 priority to bring more physicians to the health centre. We're aware that there's probably about 2,000 people that are unattached within our communities, and we probably need to bring in 2 or 3 more physicians and able to bridge that attachment gap. So although we're now in the new year, we'll have 2 part-time physicians working at the health centre, I'm still searching for more folks to join our team. And through this big renovation we've done, we've managed to create 4 brand new treatment rooms. And so we actually have space to bring on 2 more doctors as well. So we'll continue to do that hard work and get attachment for everybody in Pend Harbour.
That's great. It's awesome to see the little clinic that Ken is coming around.
I was in a meeting 3 weeks ago with the Minister of Health in the legislature, and one of our partners at the British Columbia Association of Community Health Centres turned around and referred to Pender Harbour Health Centre as the little health centre that could. And I like that. That kind of resonated a lot with me. I think we do a lot with the money that we get, and we try and create bang for buck for our funders. And as a non-profit charitable organisation, we're not here to make a profit. We're here to sustain operations and deliver the best services we can to community. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Inkster.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, just I'm assuming the doctors that have come and will come are also working at the hospital like all the rest do. I'm assuming that's what happens through you, Chair. And Nick's not nodding, but I'm assuming he will. The other thing I should mention is that's actually the clinic that I ended up at, that I use, is Pender Harbour. So it's not necessarily to Sans Souci, it's to into Seashelt. And until my doctor retired a couple of years ago, I've actually retired 3 doctors on the coast. It doesn't sound like I'm a very good patient. But anyway, I use that clinic. So others do use that clinic outside of Pender. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Inkster. Any other questions from directors? No? Okay. Thank you for being here. We're going to move on to the final delegation, which is the Sunshine Coast Community Services Society. Nick?
Thanks for your time today.
Yeah, for sure.
Good day, everybody.
Just a second.
Okay.
I think we'll make sure that we do get copies of the presentations for the ones that we don't already have. So thank you for that question, Director Lee. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Good day, everybody. My name is Denise Woodley, and I'm the Director of Program and Staff Development at Sunshine Coast Community Services, and I'm here with Shane Forster, who's our lead for youth services. I don't have a fancy presentation. Last year when we were here to ask for a 7% increase in our fundings, which was in our total budget just under $4,000. This year, and during that discussion, I threw out the ask of having the SCRD fund us for 3 years to help secure our funding, help with program planning, and the ask that I put in was a 5% increase over each year. We do get funding from both the town of Gibsons and the District of Seashelt. Right now, the town of Gibsons, we're in the middle of a 3-year agreement, and we are coming to the end of our District of Seashelt 3-year community funding, so we'll be applying for that as well. And that is our ask, and Shane's here to talk about the program. The funding really is to help support an equivalent of an FTE, as well as program supplies. It doesn't go to one person in particular. We split it up amongst our youth team to help be able to maximize the services and have 2 people out and about at least 2 people out and about at our programs. So that's the ask. If anybody has any questions, Shane can talk to the services if you want.
Thank you. Shane, did you want to give just a really quick overview to remind directors that we only see you once a year, so it's a good refresher?
So yeah, like Denise was saying, youth outreach, you can hear me? Oh, there we go. Like Denise was saying, youth outreach doesn't just get covered by one person, it's the whole team that covers it. So we cover a whole bunch of different things between the school visits we do every week. Every school gets at least 1 visit a month between the alt schools and the high schools. We have a rotation of the youth outreach phone that we do, so people kind of reach out, usually via social media actually, like a direct message, and we support youth that way. They sometimes refer themselves that way too. Probably our pride and joy is the groups that we run. So dinner club is our biggest attended one. We always have like anywhere from 20 to 40 youth every time, and that's every Tuesday night at the Seashell Youth Center. And youth report, that's a staple in their lives. They'll travel out to come to it. They rely on the meal. They rely on the youth worker check-ins. So it's something that we really appreciate being able to run. Our D&D drop-in program has really, really blown up this year. That's twice a month at the Graphic Lab, the Gibson's Youth Center. We have anywhere from 8 to 20 youth that come every time, and they're religious with it, and we're hoping to expand with that, mentor youth to become DMs themselves, start their own campaigns, so it's been pretty cool. We run the Gender Diverse Network drop-in as well as the Queer Youth drop-in. Both are growing, both have expanded. The Gender Diverse Network has also expanded to include a virtual option now too, because the demand is there for people to Zoom in and not just be there in person. So there's a lot going on. Every week we try to grow and expand, and the whole team is pretty committed, and everyone kind of leads something, and yeah, so.
Right on. Thank you very much. Director Bax, I saw your hand. Is there anybody else? Okay, go ahead, Director Bax.
Yeah, so I do have a question for staff as to how we can accommodate this ask for a 3-year.
With the recommendation number 1 on page 20 of the staff report.
That's really good to know. I just wanted to commend not just this group, but all the other groups that came to us this morning. This is how community is built. This is how we take care of our future. I was very proud to see my son participate in the pop-up collab Kids Are All Right concert. It was his first musical concert on the bass, and it just made me very proud. But I was listening to the CBC on the way in this morning, and they were talking about how it's imperative that we create an environment for our youth to allow them to become part of our society and to avoid things like addiction, which can lead you down a path of destruction that we're seeing playing out here on the Sunshine Coast and everywhere else. And I'm really glad to see the work that you're doing, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
I just had one question, which is, so if you're going for 3-year funding from all the local governments, is your goal to get them aligned in the same 3 years, or 1 year at a time?
Stagger them?
Stagger them, thank you.
I would love to be able to align everything together, but because of how the funding's gone over the last 9 years, I haven't been able to align the funding. So our contract runs out at the end of 2026 with the town, and this is the end of the 3 years. So this would align the SCRD and the District of Seashell. Hopefully those two would align, and then we would be 1 year behind. So I could see if the town would do a 2-year, but then it doesn't, do you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. Everybody comes in with their funding amounts, and everybody has been generous with, I guess, where they're able to, the taxpayers, with the taxpayers funding. We are, for one FTE equivalent, there's a lot that goes on, pop-ups as well as, the constant programming. The youth team goes out to Attack of Danger Bay and goes to other special events where young people may be hanging out and make sure we get information out and connect them to services. This really is the only prevention program for young people that is being funded by the 3 local governments. And, our other youth programs are more reactionary to and funded through the Ministry of Children and Families with some criteria that has really specific criteria to, and this is the only one that is open to all young people and all young people can access it at different points.
Thank you. But what I did hear is that you hope to eventually get to an aligned set of agreements with the governments.
It would be wonderful. Yeah. I don't know if that's a possibility based on, the way the governments our contracts are set up, but.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Director White, did I see your hand?
So I'm not, somewhat pertains to the last question, but it's not about this particular program. But I'd just like to, I recognize Arrowhead is looking for local government funding. And that, that raises the question is how is that going to be? But there's a history to this program where there was kind of this tripartite agreement among the local governments to fund it in this way. And sure, maybe another option would be to do it more as an SCRD, just only at the SCRD with, but yet I don't know, that would particularly be challenging for the District of Sechelt, I think, because it gets different revenue for these kinds of programs through policing. But when it comes to Arrowhead, how is that being, I know we're stepping outside a bit, but I think it's really pertinent to looking at our budget and budget going ahead. How's that being pitched? Because I've got a meeting next week, I think, for that, but how is that going to be funded? The hope for that to be funded intergovernmentally, would it be similar to this? Would it be grants of assistance increased from the SCRD plus grants of assistance? We don't even have a grants of assistance program in the town, so it's complicated. Like, how are we hoping that gets arranged? Is there a plan?
Thank you, Director White. Do you have an answer to that question, or any thoughts on that question?
Well, so Arrowhead gets funding from the District of Sechelt. It gets funding from the Hospital Auxiliary. It gets some provincial funding from BC Housing. And we've had other grants over the years. The Counseling Assistance Initiative that happened, that's been helping fund Arrowhead as well. I'm trying to navigate we try to navigate all the different governments, and the same thing with police-based victim services that I've come and spoke here about over the years. Because I've had different governments tell me to go to different funders, and I did that as well in the past. So yeah, that's in the past. Silas was Mayor White is right in the sense that there was pre my time an agreement between the three local governments, and I think all the funding came to the SCRD, and the SCRD gave the funding to youth outreach. And it was contributed by the district and contributed by the town many years ago, probably like 15 years ago. I think it was set up that way so that we didn't have to apply 3 different times. I think, but somehow, I don't know when, it was pre my time, broke down, and we went to the town, the district, and the SCRD to get funding for youth outreach. So if there's a way to do this for youth outreach, then there may be a way through for Arrowhead as well. I don't know if that answers your question. I don't know what the guidelines or rules or laws that the 3 levels of government have to set up to make agreements that way, so it's not my area of expertise.
I think there will be more conversations to come, I think is the answer for today on that one, because it wasn't really flagged ahead of time, so I don't want to rely on anybody to try and answer that right now, but follow up.
Well, if there's space in this budget to talk about that, I just don't know I'll ask more directly, how is community services coming to the SCRD with their ask for funding for Arrowhead? Is that going to be through a grant of assistance? Is it, because it's not in this budget? It doesn't look like.
Well,
so.
This isn't, we're not here to ask for
2027?
Arrowhead. This
I know.
was
Okay.
specifically for the youth outreach and our continuing support. So I wasn't actually
Well, I just
ready
wanted
to answer those questions for you,
No
Mayor
problem.
White. So sorry about
That might
that.
help for more broader context, but the answer is we don't know yet, then, I guess.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Director Inkster.
Yeah, thanks. I'm assuming the ask from Arrowhead comes from probably the coordinator from Arrowhead, maybe, when that comes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
It'd be Foy sitting here with Denise.
Yeah.
Oh, is that how it is? Okay, great. Well,
Yeah.
Foy. Okay. Yeah.
Director Inkster, question?
Yeah, I'm assuming, Chair, that the youth services are funded through the rural areas of the regional district. That's my assumption, based on the fact municipalities do their own funding, just to be clear.
That would be correct. It looks like functions 121 through 129 on page
yeah.
24 of the agenda
Yeah,
package.
sure.
Yeah.
Because the municipalities do their own funding. And so that's sort of a big consideration for the rural areas when it comes to these particular issues, including youth funding. The reason I ask is, I'm going to say, and I've said this at our table, is I don't like the way the District of Sechelt does the funding from traffic fine money for youth funding. And I've complained at that table, and I'll complain every budget when we get on it, but I think it was the new way of doing it was introduced a few years ago, but I don't like it because we know how much we get. It gets washed into everything else. I think it should be standalone so that we can target issues. That's a separate issue, but I'll tell you why it matters here. If we target issues in the community, crime control as an example right now, youth issues, if there's a spike in issues that they need money for, then the regional district can work with us on those targeted issues because we've identified that. So it's separate from us, what's happening here, but at the same time, it's a better process where we target and we come to the regional district and we said we target, and we used to do this 10, 15 years ago. We'd target an issue, and community service knows this because we'd tell them what we were doing, and then they'd come here and they'd say, the District of Sechelt has targeted this issue, they've given us more money in this area. What will we do at the regional district to work with that program, to work with the crime control program, to work more with youth? So that's just my concern. It's not as focused as it could be. Thanks.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is no question for our delegation, though. Any questions for our delegation? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your consideration.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take just a brief recess, and then we'll move into the staff report.
Thank you.
And welcome back to the Sunshine Coast Regional District Budget Committee for December the 1st. Directors, we are on the staff report for item 4.1, which is on page 20 of our agenda package. The report's there. Staff are available to answer any questions if there are any questions. There are a list of recommendations on page 20 and 21. Of course, they are just recommendations. We can take them, leave them, change them, refer them to round 2, whatever we want to do with them. And we will take them one at a time because they're different voting for each one. So I'm going to start with Gibson's and District Public Library. Director McMahon.
I'm happy with that. I'd be willing to move the staff recommendation.
So that would be that the budget request be approved and included in the 2026 budget. Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that from D, E, F, and Gibson's? I've got a seconder. Is there any discussion on that? D, E, F, and Gibson's. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Next up is Sunshine Coast Community Services Society, Youth Outreach Worker, 3-year funding and service agreement. And this is A, B, D, E, and F. It's listed as all directors because they're individual participant services. But I'll look for motions from the individual areas. Director Bax.
I move the motion as it appears. Sunshine Coast Community Services Society Youth Outreach.
That the request be approved and incorporated?
Correct.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. Is there any discussion on that motion? I will call the question. This is voting all. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion's carried. Okay. Third is Sunshine Coast Marine Search and Rescue Station 14, Gibson's. This is voting all directors because it's function 222. This was referred to round 1 because they'd originally asked for a large increase, but now they've submitted an amended budget that doesn't show an increase at all. So we would have actually approved this at pre-budget if they submitted this request at the time. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'd like to move that this budget request be approved and incorporated into 2026 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Director Gabius. Director Lee, I saw your hand.
What page are we on, please?
Page 20. Any discussion on the motion?
20 of amended agenda.
Thank you. 20 of the amended agenda, if you're looking at the PDF. I will call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. Okay, and so recommendation 2 is that in that electoral area D, provide direction for the GDPL contribution for 2026 to function 640 of 96,921 from the Roberts Creek Library Service. Director Bax.
Just a question, clarity. I knew at one point this morning how much of an increase that was year over year, but I was wondering if I could get that number once more.
I believe it's an increase of $5,090 if I'm reading
That's,
this extra sheet correctly.
yeah, and I couldn't read it because the typing's too small. But I will move the recommendations and that did we increase the contribution to 96,921 for the Roberts Creek Reading Room.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder on that? Thank you, Director McMahon. Any discussion on that motion? This is voting all because it's a single participant service. Yeah. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That is carried. All right. Recommendation 3 that's currently presented here would be that the Seashell Public Library funding request be referred to 2026 round 2 budget pending ongoing negotiations with the funders and library. A, B, and D are the funding partners for the Seashell Public Library. Would anybody like to make that or another motion? Director Lee? You're making the motion as presented? Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, seconded. All right, remind me, is this isn't one service, is it? It's three separate services with single participants, so it's voting all directors? Thank you. Any discussion on the motion to refer to round two? I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion is carried. Okay, and so on the top of page 21, we have, and that the committee provide direction for the following 2026 community partners budget requests. So first up is the Skookumchuck Museum and Egmont Heritage Center, which is function 648, voting all directors. This is on the start of page 21, page 2 of the staff report for 4.1.
Sorry, where is the Skookumchuck request?
On page
50.
24 of the PDF, there's the table that shows everybody.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, so the Skookumchuck request is for an increase of $35,500, which is 64.5%. Any comments, contemplations, discussion? Director Lee.
I would really like to see the fair wage, but that's just too much in 1 year. I can't see that all in one foul swoop. I'd rather see it spread over a couple of years. So I'm not sure. What's the proposed increase right now, Chair?
It's $35,500, which is 64%.
Yeah.
Just because it's a small budget to start with, right? But $35,000 is the increase.
If it was say a 20,000 increase, I think I could support that. What would the motion sound like if we made that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that the Community Partners 2026 budget request budget increase be approved for $20,000 for the, CAO, please. So that would be a motion that the 2026 Community Partners budget be increased by $20,000 for the Skookumchuck Museum Egmont Heritage Center, function 648.
So the total would then be 55 and I've got a problem in that I'm not using the one I marked up, so I have to go find it.
Yeah, so the total ask would be $75,000,
Yes,
or the total budget contribution.
Okay.
Yeah.
so that's it. That's what my motion would be.
That's your motion?
Yes.
Okay, so rather than the $35,000 increase, you're comfortable with the $20,000 increase?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Thank you, Director Bax. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'm going to speak against that. I appreciate the work they've done on that visitor center. I was there or the museum. I was there this year, and they've done a lovely job. And I appreciate the work they've put into the gift shop, particularly. But this is a huge increase. We're asking everybody else to tighten their belts and to stick to like a 5% increase. And we're proposing to give these folks like a 30% increase. 36. And 36, thank you. I just can't wear that. I'm sorry. And I would further like to suggest that they have a discussion with Sunshine Coast Tourism because they are providing a service, a tourism service on the Sunshine Coast. And I don't understand why they are not getting some funding for doing that.
Director White and then Director Inkster.
I agree with Director McMahon. I was certainly open to a percentage increase that's higher than the norm, considering their the fact they've had such a low budget for years. But this is too high still for me. And I agree about the Sunshine Coast tourism piece. I think their request to get another percent from the MRDT is going through. I mean, it's going through the process, and I don't know exactly when that'll that'll take effect, but it makes a lot of sense to me that this might be something that they do with their additional revenue, because, I mean, just for example, I think just last night I received an email from a friend who was visiting the Sunshine Coast and asking what to do in Gibsons. Well, turns out he skipped Gibsons and went right up to Egmont to do some tourism activities there. So, which is very common. It's a popular spot for. I often send people who are visiting up to Skookumchuck and the museum up there. So, makes a lot of sense that this should be something Sunshine Coast Tourism looks at for funding with their new revenues that are coming.
Thank you. Director Inkster.
Thanks, Chair. I think some of us remember when there was no money going to that function in Egmont a number of years ago. It's kind of a new tourism, a new museum/tourism center, I guess we'll call it that, over the last number of years. If people remember, there was nothing really there. So that's a big jump in the RD budget, the museum function. That having been said, and hopefully registered by the other directors that was a big jump, I'm wondering if the directors going forward have given any thought to what portion of their Sunshine Coast Museum budget should be devoted and or committed to the Egmont Museum. The reason I'm saying that is that if we do museums as a function at the regional district, we need to have a strategy. And I'm not sure if there's a strategy anymore. We used to fund the Gibsons Museum, and we asked for a little bit for the Seashelt Archives because there was no museum in Seashelt other than the Shishel Museum, but I meant also the additional museum to the one in Gibsons, sort of the Pioneer Museum, we'll call it. We don't have a strategy. So we're basically, they come to us and they say, we're expanding now, we need more money, and we then have to decide whether we're comfortable with the museum in Egmont meeting what has been determined by the administrator to be a fair wage for their staff, rather than looking at what's our museum strategy. So it's difficult for me. I like the museum, I like the work they've done there. I want to support museums past, the study of our past, but we have no strategy. That's my concern, Chair.
Thank you. Director Bax.
So I seconded this so we could have a conversation about it. But after hearing from some of the other directors, I'd like to make a motion to postpone this until round 2 budget, so that we can give the Skookumchuck people time to have a discussion with Sunshine Coast Tourism to see if they can get any traction there. I know it's not a great deal of time for them to try to get their ducks in a row for that, but I think it would be fair to them and to us to give them a chance to see if they can, if there's a place for them to get some funding from that. And so the motion is to postpone consideration of this until round 2 budget. And that would take precedence over the motion that's on the floor.
Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Director Inkster.
And I don't think there's any discussion required.
Thank you for that handy cheat sheet.
Is this allowed? I think that we need to go on corporate officer. I think we actually have to repeat the first
Well, the motion to postpone is out of Robert's rules. He's got the laminated cheat sheet that I think was provided to him for reference material, but I will look to the corporate officer. This is not my preferred way of dealing with it, because if we, well, sorry, it's not debatable. Corporate officer.
Sorry.
So you can vote on it right away, and that would dispose of it to a future time. Did you say postpone to a definite time? Did you
Postpone
state-
to round 2.
So his motion is in order is the question that I got from Director Lee. Thank you. So I'm going to call the question on it then. All those, yeah, I know, he's got a cheat sheet, and yeah. All those in favor of the motion to postpone? Those opposed? That's defeated. Okay. Now, procedurally, for clarity, my comment would have been that if we had postponed it, we wouldn't have actually been providing any opportunity to give feedback to the organization. Whereas now, if the motion that's currently on the floor is defeated, we have the option to make a motion to refer it to round 2, and that, the Skookumchuck Museum, Egmont Heritage Center be encouraged to reach out to Sunshine Coast Tourism for contribution funding. So to the motion that's on the floor, which is an increase of $20,000, Director White.
I'll elaborate on that too, and that, I'd be concerned that should Sunshine Coast Tourism say they don't have the funds available in their current budget, for example, which probably would be true, then are we implying that we would then cover the entire shortfall in round 2? Whereas I think there needs to be some more discussion where, and another message we could go is say, we'll fund this amount and you're going to need to find other revenue sources somewhere else. That's not an unreasonable, that's what everybody else does. I mean, that's what the provincial government is doing to us all the time, and we're having to fill in the gaps. So I don't think that's unreasonable if we were to do that. But still, on this motion, I think that the amount that we're looking at funding is too high for what's reasonable in a single year.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Are we clear on what we're voting on, folks? This would be a $20,000 increase for a total funding of $75,000 funded from function 648. So I will call the question. This is voting all directors. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion's defeated. Would somebody else like to take a stab at a motion? Director Bax.
I move that we defer this to round 2 and message to the Skookumchuck Museum that they and encourage them to seek funding through Sunshine Coast Tourism or other funders, and come back to us with a new ask.
And I've got a seconder for that. Thank you. And then go ahead, Director Inkster.
I'm going to hold off on, I'm going to dig in on this one. There's no museum plan for the Sunshine Coast. Now we're looking at funding up the north end there and how we're going to deal with a good museum that wants to expand services. So that's why I'm willing to wait till second round. I'm going to support that because I want to see what they can do in reference to us, but we don't have a museum plan, so I'm going to start digging in on it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else wanting to speak to the motion? Director White, I think you beat Director Lee by just a hair, so go ahead.
I'll dig in a different way, in that I would oppose. I'm opposed to this motion because I think our approach should be more to say, look, we're willing to fund you to a certain level, but otherwise you'll need to find some revenue elsewhere. And like Director Lee, the 20 was the number that came into my head, but it was not the dollar amount, it was the percentage. So I'd be prepared to support a 20%, a very generous 20% increase to their budget for $11,000. And then it puts the onus on them to find the other funding, but and on Sunshine Coast Tourism to say, hey, this is an important service and we like your vision, and maybe they can fill the gap over a longer period of time. But I feel like if we're going to say we're just going to defer this to round 2, I don't think a clear answer is going to be coming because we're not providing any clarity either.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Thank you, Chair. Director White actually spoke my thoughts, so that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Director McMahon?
Yes, what Director White said, and when I consider all of the sources that the Pender Harbor Medical Clinic, they just beat the bushes for money. They really go over and above. And I think we need to encourage the very worthy Egmont Skookumchuck Museum to find some other sources.
Thank you. I don't see, oh, Director Lee.
Just, I do support Director Inkster's thoughts on the fact that we do need to get a handle on our total museum view, because the archives in Seashell, to me, are part of the museum and should be included in the museum, whether they're co-located or not. They are part of our museum function. And so I'd like to see us get a handle on exactly where we want our museums and what we want them to offer. But that's for another year.
Thank you. And well, and it's interesting because you've got three different organizations that are providing these services across the coast, right? And looking on page 24, we've approved the Seashell Archives increase. So they're getting just under $27,000 from the SCRD. They do receive some additional funding through the District of Seashell, some in-kind contributions. You know, we've got $106,000 having been approved for the Sunshine Coast Museum and Archives. So yeah, like the numbers are all there, but we do have three different organizations providing these services. So I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question on the motion to refer this to round two. All those in favor? I am also actually in favor of this. Those opposed? That's defeated. Yep, he's allowed to vote against his own motion if somebody changes his mind. Director White, would you like to take a stab at something?
Just gotta get my wording right here. So, I mean, I will move that an increase of $11,000 be approved to the Skookumchuck Museum, Egmont Heritage Center, 648, and included in the 2026 budget. Roughly, the wording might need to be tweaked a bit.
Thank you. And I heard a seconder for that.
And that's 20%.
So you're saying
that's 20%.
Approve and incorporate, but only 20%, $11,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Funded
you
from
use
all
the word
areas.
only, but I think it's really generous. I think 20% is higher than what we're
Keeping in-
approving for anyone else, so.
Thank you.
And I do, and the reason I'm being very generous is they have a very low, you know, I understand they have a very low ask or historical budget to begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
we need
and
to
it
catch
doesn't
up.
show far enough back on the timeline, but I think it was only 5 years ago, their budget ask was like $15,000 and they funded $30,000 a year out of private, you know, contributions that are no longer available because the person's deceased. So, we just, yeah, they're an entity that is growing, that is changing, that no longer has their long-term benefactor that they used to have. So is there any discussion on this motion? I will call the question then. All those in favor? And I'm opposed, but the motion's carried, so thank you very much. We are now moving on to the Pender Harbor Health Center. So this would be that we provide direction for the budget request for the Pender Harbor Health Center. It's function 410, which is a single participant service, so it's voting all directors, but I will look to Director Lee as it's his area.
I want to approve it and put it forward to
Approve and incorporate?
approve and incorporate, yes.
Okay, the full ask as presented, the $32,707 increase?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I've got a seconder for that. Is there any discussion on the motion? I think, I appreciate that they're actually tackling that operating deficit head-on. Because they're another organization that's always been like, we'll find a way to fund the deficit. It's like, that's not sustainable. And I think we've gotten to the end of that road for them. Director Lee?
Yes, and I believe it's quite a reasonable request. As near as a couple of months ago, we were facing quite a large increase to try and get a physician there. And that's become solved on their own. So I think this is a reasonable request.
Thank you. I see no other hands. I will call the question. This is voting all. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Oh,
Thank you, Chair. As part of their request, there was also a $15,000 capital, which would be funded from reserves if accepted.
oh, CAO.
I just want to clarify, Chair. So outside of that, they made a suggestion that the regional district increase their contribution. We've significantly depleted that particular reserve over the years. And so when they have come to ask, and in May when they presented their capital plan, and last year when they asked for their roof replacement of $90,000, we had, I think, almost zero in the reserve account. So that would need to be a separate motion, and it would be funded through function 410. And it would be on top of the 32,000, but it would go directly into the reserves, and the Pender Harbour Health Clinic would have to come and request capital items in future years.
So just for reference, I am maintaining a little bit of a parking lot here on my cover page, and the reserve funding request is one of those items. I'm wondering if it's something that we want to try and do now on the fly, or if you want to think about it and we can discuss it at the end of the agenda and come up with a motion, maybe for something to come to round two.
Yeah, I'd prefer that option.
Thank you. Okay. That keeps us moving. Okay, and so can I have a motion to accept recommendations 5 and 6, and which is delegated authorities be authorized to sign, and that the draft financial plan be amended accordingly? Moved. Seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Okay, so that got us through community partners. My goal was to do community partners before lunch, and we've done that. We do have infrastructure staff in the room, so we're going to move on to item 4.2, which is the 2026 Round 1 budget proposal for 365, 366, 370 water services. I believe the department has just a brief overview for us. So we'll turn it over to you guys.
Good morning, committee. Thank you, Chair. I'm here to present the budget proposals related to the water services. And there are 2 budget proposals, and there will be 1 introduction for all. So as part of this year's budget preparation, we took a good look at what is currently already on the work plan for our division for next year, and what capacity we might or might not have to take on additional projects, as well as we looked at what are some drivers for base operations costs that are requiring some attention. So the budget proposal presented today are primarily focused on asset maintenance and replacement, and maintaining service levels in terms of base budget proposals related to additional costs that we are incurring to maintain our current service levels. There are 2 budget proposals specifically to support the board strategic plan in terms of improving our water supply situation on the coast. One is related to the Seashore Hospital well, the additional funding for the phase that is currently ongoing, and the second one is related to a staffing position to support the volumetric billing implementation. And staff are here and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, so before we dive into specific budget proposals, we're starting on page 82 of the PDF agenda. Are there any high-level questions for the team? Director Lee. Sorry.
Just at the high level, the budget proposal number 2, which is the steel reservoir maintenance, could that be capitalized?
Let's hold on to that question for a moment. We will move through the budget proposals one at a time. I just want to see if there's any overarching questions before we dive into the budget proposals. Director Bax.
Overarching question. I saw that in an earlier part of this agenda today, one of the presentations is that are we looking at an ask of 2.22 FTEs this year? And if that's what I saw earlier, that it's really good to see that there's one FTE ask in this group of recommendations. I think this is a great place to put our new full-time hires. But can I get some clarification on the FTE ask total?
You're talking about from the presentation first thing.
First thing, yeah.
I
Before
think
I
it-
had a coffee, yes. Sorry.
I think it was 1.3 for 2026, and it was. I will look to the
1.3.
CAO. Thank you for your question. I will look to the CAO, since it was her presentation.
Yeah, I don't have it open here. I closed it. Yeah, we can get back to that.
Yeah,
I think.
lunch
Yeah.
is coming soon. We can talk about the FTEs of the organization at a later point. Okay, so I don't see any other hands. So we will go straight into budget proposal number 1. So directors, just for reference, on page 82 and 83 are the recommendations. If you read right after recommendation 1, it says that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2026 round 2 budget / referred to 2026 round 2 budget / deferred to year / abandoned. So in previous years, we've had a separate sheet that was our sort of menu of options. This year, they're right built into the top of the page recommendation. So first up, we're going to look at budget proposal number 1 on page 83, which is the South Pender Harbor water vehicle replacement, $110,000 funded from MFA equipment loan. Director Lee.
Motion that the proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2026 round 2 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Director Stanford. The water, I believe, the way the water services are being presented here, it's basically voting everybody except Town of Gibson's, I believe. So this is, yeah. Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion for budget proposal 1 to approve and incorporate? I will call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. Budget proposal 2, steel reservoir maintenance. This is on page 84. This is being funded from operating reserves. Director Bax?
I move that we approve it and incorporate it into the 2026 round 2 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Oh,
No, I got a question.
okay. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Thank you. All right, Director Lee.
My question was the same. Could this be capitalized instead of considered as operating?
Thank you. Yes, that was the question you were trying to ask that I didn't allow at the beginning. CAO?
Yeah, based on the review of the actual proposal and work, this is a repair, so it's not a capital item.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other discussion on the motion? I will call the question then. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Budget proposal number 3, which is at the bottom of page 85. This is water meter maintenance operator, 1 FTE and light duty truck. Directors, Director Gabius, are you reaching for your microphone? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. So I'll start with a question. Like at the present moment, how do the meter issues get addressed?
Thank you. Look to staff.
Thank you for the question. Currently, if a meter is faulty, it just takes a lot of time, some time before we even get to repairing it. There's no urgency to it. But with the new system, any water meter that is not working, staff would only be able to charge the base amount and not the consumption amount. So if it's a low user, it might not have a financial implication. If it's a big user, it will have an implication. So currently, on any given read, let's say in North and South Pender, 2 years ago, we always had 50 to 100 unread meters. They were faulty or missing or whatever. And of course, the objective moving forward would be to have that as close to 0 as possible.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm just a little concerned that we are acquiring new vehicles without yet having a fleet management plan. So where are we with our fleet strategy? If somebody could refresh my memory.
CAO?
Yeah, so the staff report indicated that there would be a few budget proposals that would be presented. There was one of the requests that was actually deferred was the fleet resource. But that doesn't preclude the organization from implementing some of the recommendations. And so the senior management team is convening a conversation about how we can meet other items in that particular item from a policy or a procedural perspective. So that hasn't concluded yet, so we are still working on that.
Thank you. I guess my question for staff is, as we see the installation of meters in the Seashelt area concluding, I assume that's actually taken a fair bit of staff time to liaise with the contractors. Is there opportunity for sort of using those folks to be doing some of this water meter maintenance work rather than contract oversight with Neptune and the install?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the question. You're correct. Operational field crew have been spending quite some time on finding the meters, doing the locates within the Seashelt area. That has come at a cost that some of our more maintenance activities like hydrant maintenance and valve maintenance and other pump maintenance have been lacking over the last several years. So while there is definitely an ability to do some of the additional work as part of with the current staffing, it might be at a cost that the backlog in maintenance work on our existing infrastructure is increasing.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I would appreciate it, maybe during lunch, if staff could dig me out the list of all of our functions, because I can't remember them. So I can't remember what 365, 366, and 370 are.
North Pender, South Pender, and regional water.
And regional water. So then my question was, if this is primarily for North and South Pender because they're starting on the volumetric billing, then how is the apportionment done? Because it looks like it's being majority apportioned to the regional water system.
Thank you for the question. The apportionment for after January 27, that's of course will be, I think, not the question. I think the primary question from you is about 2026, because that will be when volumetric billing is not in place yet. However, there's a lot of work that's still required for all the water meters to be checked and all the issues to be addressed within the regional water system. And I think that's the work that still needs to be happening within the regional water system. We currently estimate that between 100 and 150 water meters are still missing within the electoral areas. They are not being read. It can be that there is even no meter installed, or that it is faulty and need to be replaced. At the same time, we know that there is several dozen of what we call piggyback connections, one connection but multiple properties, and all those kind of interesting connections that have been allowed over the last several decades that need to be unraveled. And that's the work that is required in the regional water system prior to January 1st, 2027. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will point out to directors on page 88, there are actually two alternative options that are proposed here, or that are available here. One of which would be to hire an operator starting January 1st, 2027. And then the other one, of course, would be to refer to the 2027 budget process. Yeah, so there are alternative options that are also presented within the budget proposal. Directors, any other discussion? Personally, I would be supportive of alternative option 1, and actually not seeing any hands up, I will move alternative option 1. And I've got a seconder for that. Thank you, Director McMahon. So the idea is that rather than a July 1st start date proposed, we would be looking at a January 1st, 2027 start date for this position. Is there any discussion on that motion? I will call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? Director Gabius opposed. The motion's carried. Okay. Next up, budget proposal 4 on page 89, supervisory control and data acquisition system base budget increase. This is across the 3 functions funded from user fees. And this is on page 89. Director McMahon.
I would like to move item 4 be approved and incorporated in the budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you. A couple of them. Director Bax, go ahead.
Can you explain this position to me like I've never heard of it before?
Well, it's not a position.
Or whatever it is. Can you explain?
SCADA?
Yeah, SCADA. What is SCADA?
In 50 words or less. I will try to keep it short. SCADA is our system that allows us to read all our sensors in our water and wastewater systems and control, do some controls remotely, so that staff get an alarm that, for example, there is a low chlorination level in a reservoir. Then they can see it on their phone. Some of the changes they can make from their phone to actually operate that reservoir, change the settings in the reservoir. In other cases, it's an indication for them that they have to drive to them, for example, because a pump is not working, and they have to drive up there to see what's going on. But it's an alarm system as well as a control system. And it also allows us, for example, to control our dams.
Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. And my VHR keeps flashing 12.
Thank you very much. I don't see any hands up. I will call the question then on the motion to approve and incorporate. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Moving on to budget proposal 5, base operating budget increase in North Pender, South Pender Regional. This is listed on page 91 as a combination of dollar amounts from various functions. Directors, Director Gabius?
Can I get this right? Move to incorporate project base operating budget increase into round 2? Did I approve and incorporate? Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Director McMahon? Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Director Lee, just in the nick of time.
I guess I didn't quite do enough of my homework. I'm not sure what this is for. The base operating budget is to increase our expenses.
Well, to cover increased expenses.
Yeah.
I see here on page 91, Ministry of Transportation paving requirements, excavation and hauling costs, archaeology fieldwork and reporting. Jan Rosenboom, was there anything else that you wanted to sort of highlight as base budget pressures?
Thank you. Thank you for asking. These are the primary drivers, but I assume the board can understand that in general, some of the cost of operating our system have increased in part due to just general inflation as well as the tariffs on some items. But these 3 have been, over the last year, based on our analysis, have been the primary driver.
So our operating reserves are coming down, so we're going to increase them a little. Is that correct?
Thank you. The intent is to, from a budget perspective, to budget for a neutral budget. And of course, on the year end, there might always be cost savings or overruns because of other factors. But the intent is that for our operating budget, that we budget for a balanced budget, and that's why we bring this forward.
Thank you. All right. you. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question on the motion to approve and incorporate. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Okay. That takes us to the end of that report. Directors, it's 12 o'clock. Do we want to? Oh. Thank you, and there is one more. So there's a recommendation to, and that the following budget proposal initiative be referred to 2026 round two budget for a budget proposal pending confirmation of scope and budget, which is commercial food growing farms policy development. I've got a mover, I've got a seconder. Is there any discussion on that motion? Call the question, then all those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. That takes us to the end of that report. Directors, do we want to break now, or do we want to try and get through another one before we stop for lunch? Let's keep going. I heard somebody say, let's keep going, and you know what? Let's go into the next one. Item 4.3, starting on page 94. Budget proposals for 370, which is regional water. And so with that, I assume there's no additional intro. Perfect. So we'll move straight into budget proposal number 1 on page 95, which is the Sechelt Hospital Well Development Phase 1B additional funding. And directors, any discussion, motions? It's $446,414 from capital reserves. Director Gabius?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I'll try again with the FTE question. I guess ultimately what I'm trying to understand is when do we have new positions created? Like when we see 0.167 new FTE, 0.17, like so those are, I'm assuming, could be added to an existing position, or they could be maybe compounded into one position. Like, I don't know. I don't know that I need to know specifically about this one, but how do we know that it triggers a new hire, I guess? Or can we know that?
That's a good question. CAO?
Yeah, so for this one in particular, what staff have tried to articulate to the board is in the HR section of page 96. It indicates whether or not it's an additional FTE, or if it's from, like, if that means it's going to trigger an existing FTE, or it's additional FTE, like we have additional, like it's a term, or if it's a student, or the type of position would also have to be contemplated as part of what I said earlier, which is we might just extend someone's term position, and or we may pool positions and create one position. So we might blend things from community services, for instance. So it depends what the makeup is, and then we take that back organizationally and address what it is. But we most certainly try to make sure that the board understands whether it's a term position or if it's a permanent position.
Thank you very much for that answer. Any other questions from directors? I don't have a motion on the floor yet. Anybody? Director Lee.
Motion to accept the recommendation number 1.
Thank you.
Budget proposal.
And I've got seconders for it. Thank you for getting it moving, Director Lee. Apparently we're a little hand shy this morning. So I've got a motion on the floor to approve and incorporate additional funding for the Sechelt Hospital Well, Phase 1B. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Budget proposal number 2 on page 97, Chapman Creek Intake Weir Replacement Phase 2 Construction, $222,000 and change from capital reserves. Director Bax, did I see your hand?
Yes, you did. Thank you. I move that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated in the 2026 round 2 budget. Budget proposal 2, Chapman Creek Intake Weir Replacement.
Thank you. And I've got seconders for that. Is there any discussion on the motion? think this is identified as, critical infrastructure. And I will call the question then. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Budget proposal number 3 on page 99, Selma 1 pump station replacement, 2 years with a 0.2 FTE, 1.1 million and change funded from capital reserves. Director McMahon.
Just a quick question. Is this one of the projects that would improve our fire flow in that area?
Thank you for the question. Any improvements that might be required at this pump station would indeed, as part of the fire flow analysis, would indeed be incorporated. Thank you.
So that's a solid maybe.
Yeah, I understood it really well. So I would like to move to approve and incorporate Selma 1 pump station replacement in the budget.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Is there any further discussion on the motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? And I'm opposed. The motion's carried. Yeah, we will move on to the next one, which is budget proposal number 4 on page 101, critical water main condition assessment, phase 1. Director Bax.
Well, staff used the word critical, so I'm going to propose that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated in the 2026 round 2 budget. Budget proposal number 4, critical water main condition assessment.
Thank you very much. That's $90,000 funded from operating reserves. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Director Stamford. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion's carried. And budget proposal number 5, Church Road Compliance Monitoring 2026 to 2030, just over $75,000 funded from user fees. This is at the bottom of page 102. Directors, any questions, discussion, motions? Director Stamford.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve and incorporate into round 2 2026 budget Church Road Compliance Monitoring for 2026 to 2030.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. I've got a couple of them. Is there any discussion on this item? Just from my own perspective, I don't see that we have any sort of option on the matter. It's an unfortunate sort of level of downloading, if you will. But I don't see that we've got any other options on this if we want to use the water source. So I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That is carried. And budget proposal number 6 at the bottom of page 103, hydrometric calibration base budget. This is $96,000 funded from user fees. Yeah, directors, any questions? There is an alternative option that's presented in the middle of 104. Basically saying that it could be deferred, but it wouldn't actually avoid the work. So the work would still need to be done even if we deferred the budget proposal. Directors, any discussion, motions? Director Gabius?
No, I don't have the wording right in front of me, but move to approve and incorporate budget proposal hydrometric calibration base budget into
Perfect.
round 2.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. Is there any discussion on the motion? I will call the question then. All those in favor? Thank you. That is carried. And we'll move on to item number, or budget proposal 7 on page 105, regional water vehicle replacements. This is for 2 vehicle units, $320,000 funded through an MFA equipment loan. Yeah, the budget proposal sort of explains the rationale. Directors, any questions? Kind of low mileage for one of those units that's gone out of service, which is really unfortunate. I assume staff do all that they can to pursue other avenues, like through warranty claims or things of that nature. in the event of what seems to be premature asset failure. Head nod. Director Stanford?
I move to approve and incorporate the regional water vehicle replacements into round 2 for 2026 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Director Gabius. Any discussion on the motion? Director McMahon, you look like you're contemplating something.
Just not crazy about more of these huge pickup trucks that don't seem to last very long.
Thank
I
you.
could say more, but I will stop.
Thank you. Recognizing that, you know, the service body on these, on at least the one truck is, you know, carries a lot of equipment and tools and things of that nature that you're not going to fit into a hatchback. So, all right, I will call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? Director McMahon opposed. The motion's carried. Thank you. Next up, we have budget proposal number 8. Church Road Water Treatment Plant Sodium Hypochlorite Storage Building. This is 131,000 and change funded from capital reserves. Director Stanford.
I would like to approve and incorporate Church Road Water Treatment Plant Sodium Hypochlorite Storage Building into round 2 2026 budget.
Thank you very much, and I've got a couple of seconders for that. Is there any discussion on the motion? I will call the question then. All those in favor? Those opposed? Director Bax is opposed. The motion's carried. Oh, Director Gabius also opposed. Thank you. Motion is carried. And does that take us to the end of that report? Yes. Excellent. It's 10 after 12. We're gonna recess for lunch, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. And welcome back to the Round 1 Budget Committee meeting for December 1st, 2025. It's 1 o'clock. We'll resume the meeting. We are on item 4.4, which is 2026 Round 1 Budget Proposal for Functions 381 to 395 Wastewater Treatment Plants. Directors, we have one budget proposal on page 110 of our agenda package, which is a wastewater vehicle replacement. And this is to be funded from a bunch of the wastewater services, perhaps even all of the wastewater services, through an MFA loan. And so because they're all single participant services, this will be voting all directors. And so, directors, are there any questions or motions? Director Bax.
I just have a question as to which one of these function numbers is the Roberts Creek co-housing wastewater treatment plant?
I would need to look at.
Director Lee might have the answer for you because he's got the service grid in front of him. 392. So.
And so my follow-up question is, why is 392 so much higher? It's almost twice of the average. It's and 395 is also at $13,000. So I was wondering, what is the thinking behind that?
How the apportionment is
Yes.
figured?
Why is the apportionment that size?
GM Rosenboom or CAO?
I would have to go back to finance staff to answer to that question. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, Director Bax, if you want, you can refer to round 2 pending the answering of the funding apportionment for this project.
Can I pull that particular one, or should I refer the entire?
Actually, if you would like to, we don't have to make a decision on this. Like, we can come back to it at the end of the agenda, which will be tomorrow, and probably have an answer for you by then.
Very good. I'd like to table
this until tomorrow?
Table this until the end of our agenda.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Do you need a second?
Thank you. And I'll just call the question on tabling this to the end of the meeting. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Opposed? Okay. All right. So we're going to move on to item 4.5, which is pre-1990 drywall disposal options. The report is for information. There are no recommendations to make here because there are budget proposals during solid waste. Manager Soul, was there anything you wanted to add to the report, or?
No, not necessary unless the committee would like an introduction.
Thank you. Directors, do you have any questions based on the report? I think it was pretty self-explanatory. All right. And so, seeing no hands, we're going to move to item 4.6, which is 2026 Round 1 Budget Proposal for 350, 351, 352 Regional Solid Waste. And this is starting on page 119 of the agenda package. All right. Is there any sort of a introduction for? Perfect. Go ahead, Manager Soul.
Thank you. So solid waste budget proposals have been prepared to align with the board's strategic plan and its focus area of solid waste solutions. The proposals presented to the committee center on 3 key themes. One is extending the life of the Seashell landfill, and this is through new waste reduction initiatives and diversion programs. The other is improving cost effectiveness, which is through planned replacement of failing assets, as well as service delivery efficiencies. And then finally is advancing a long-term waste disposal solution to ensure a sustainable solution is in place before the Seashell landfill reaches capacity. Staff are available to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. Now, without diving into the budget proposals, directors, any high-level overarching questions? I don't see any hands. So with that, we will move straight into budget proposal number 1, Trash to Treasure Community Reuse Event-Based Budget. Director Bax.
I really like this idea. $1,000 isn't going to go very far, but that said, I'm going to move the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated in 2026 Round 2 budget. Budget proposal number 1, Trash to Treasure Community Reuse Event.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Any discussion? This is voting all directors because it's regional solid waste. I don't see any hands. I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion's carried. Budget proposal number 2 on page 121, Seashelt Landfill Ocean Plastics Depot. So this is a base budget of $10,000 funded from taxation. Director Gabius.
Yes, thank you. Happy to see that we are a coastal community and people care a lot about the environment and want ways to dispose of marine debris, styrofoam, etc. So I'm happy to approve and incorporate into the 2026 round 2 budget, Seashelt Landfill Ocean Plastics Depot.
Perfect, and I've got a couple of seconders. Yeah, this is a good, reading the proposal here on page 122, near the middle of the page, it mentions that sort of over 2 years, about $94,000 worth of airspace has been saved at the Seashelt landfill. So this is a program that has a positive return on investment of quite a bit. So any discussion on the motion? I will call the question then. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Budget proposal number 3, Pender Harbor Transfer Station Site Upgrades Additional Funding. This is on page 123. It's to be funded from short-term loan and operating reserves, $303,000 and change. Director Lee, I saw you reaching for a microphone. Did you have a question or comment? No? All right.
I'd like to make a motion that budget proposal number 3 be approved and incorporated into 2026 round 2 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Director Gabius. Any discussion on the motion? I will call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. Okay, budget proposal number 4, Pender Harbor Transfer Station Scale Replacement. This is $437,000 and change funded from operating reserves. I'm seeing that this is not just the scale, but the scale house as well. So similar to what happened at Seashelt Landfill. Thank you. Directors, any questions, discussions? $430,000 seems like an awful lot of money, but I guess the lifespan of the last scale and scale house, again, warranted the 30-year lifespan. It's a good return on investment. Director Lee?
I'd like to make a motion to accept budget proposal number 4, and it be approved and incorporated into 2026 round 2 budget.
Thank you very much. Do I have it? I've got a seconder for that. Thank you. Any discussion? Director Inkster?
No problem.
You keep waving. Is that at me?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All right, then I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion's carried. All right, budget proposal number 5, Seashelt Landfill Vertical Expansion or Waste Export Site Detailed Design / Engineering and Class A Estimate. $2 million for 2026, $1.5 million for 2027. GM Rosenboom?
Thank you, Chair. There's a proposal on page 2 of the report to refer this to round 2 budget.
Thank you. Would somebody like to make a motion to refer this to round 2? Moved, seconded. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. And budget proposal number 6, pre-1990 drywall service level change. There's 2 options that are being presented here for us on page 128. Yeah, option 1 and option 2. Did you want to give just a really quick comparison between the 2? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So essentially, option 1 is maintaining the current status quo at our solid waste facilities, which is that we only take post-1990 drywall for recycling. And because we have seen a significant reduction in asbestos contamination hits, we can propose to decrease taxation by $100,000. Option 2 proposes exactly the same as option 1. There's still a taxation decrease of $100,000, However, we would start an entirely new program that would collect asbestos waste. And so any pre-1990 drywall would be disposed of through this new program. And that comes with a pretty significant number of changes on site. We need some infrastructure upgrades. We need some additional staffing to manage the administration of this program. And there is also a significant tipping fee budget to fund it all.
Thank you. But option 2 would allow us to start taking contaminated drywall again, I assume for transport to Alberta or wherever for disposal. You'd mentioned significant FTE considerations, but I'm looking on page 129 and it's showing sort of no additional FTE. GM Rosenboom?
At option 2, the bottom half of the column of HR implications, there is 0.2 FTE noted additional.
Okay, thank you. 2027 and onward, though. Okay. Director Bax.
So if I'm to understand it, should we take option 2, the tipping fees that are going to be imposed on the drywall, pre-1990 drywall, will make this a revenue neutral program?
Yes, essentially what's proposed is that tipping fees would fully fund the disposal costs of that program.
Follow up?
Any idea? I know that our tipping fees are currently
$1,000 a ton.
$1,000 a ton, and would you have any idea what you would increase it to?
Thank you for the question. Yes, so the proposed tipping fee under option 2 for this asbestos drywall would be $3,620 per ton.
Yeah, a ton of drywall is quite a bit, and I'm glad that there's an option brought forward that our constituents can take advantage of, and I know that there's less and less of this material that we're experiencing, but it's very frustrating to see it dumped on this side of the road when people can't get rid of it in any other way. So we really need to keep some form of disposal available.
Thank you. Director Gabius?
If I understand correctly from the previous report, there are private haulers who will take contaminated drywall?
I believe there's contractors that will remove it and take it away. My understanding is that if a homeowner is doing a repair job or something like that, they basically have no local options available for disposal of contaminated drywall. Manager Soul?
Yeah, just want to jump in that homeowner doing that small reno job can still reach out to the local private contractor on the coast, and depending on the nature of the situation, could be offered a disposal route for that material. It is something we're struggling with currently with members of the public who are used to bringing everything to the landfill, but there is a private sector option for pre-1990 drywall on the coast.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
It's at moments like this that I'm very happy there's no drywall in my home. Yeah, bad choices all the way around. Like pre-1990 drywall is just a ringing pain in the butt. Brought to us by the province again. Thank you very much. However, I just can't see setting up a new service for this, especially as, you know, this will be a declining volume over time. So having it pay for itself is going to get more expensive all the time, and it's still a pain, and it's still expensive, and people are still not going to be happy. So personally, I lean to option 1.
Is that a motion, Director McMahon?
Oh, if you insist. I will, yes, that's on page 128. I will move option 1 for pre-1990 drywall.
Thank you very much, and I've got a seconder for that. am somewhat on the fence on this issue. I think I'm going to vote against it just because as a homeowner, it is not obvious to me in any way, shape, or form that these other companies are willing to take materials that they did not remove in the course of a contract. And if that's an education campaign that we or they or both can put together, I think that would be great. Because I think I'm not alone in thinking that, I'm sort of stuck dealing with pre-1990 drywall. And so I think there's an opportunity for us to get into that service. But yeah, Director McMahon?
Yeah, a question for staff. If I had a load of pre-1990 drywall, where is the nearest place where I could take it myself for disposal?
Thank you for the question. So this highlights part of the challenge that we have in that as a regional district, we cannot promote private business. And so we can't sit here and promote this contractor on the coast and tell you to go and give them a call. So in theory, without supporting any private business, I would tell you that you could look for those private options on the coast, or you could self-haul to the recycling facility in New Westminster. But you would need to be aware of all of the paperwork required to dispose of that drywall there, which would include a hazardous assessment report completed by a qualified professional of your home where you removed that drywall. You couldn't just show up and dispose of it. So it really is best to go through a qualified professional to deal with this material, given the regulatory complexity around it.
Thank you. Actually, I've got a follow-up question to that. If we did go down the route of option 2, if homeowners have bagged and tagged and sealed the drywall, and they're declaring it to be contaminated drywall, are we thinking of requiring additional certification to that effect? Or would a homeowner be able to self-declare that this is contaminated and yes, I'm gonna have to pay $3,600 a ton for it?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And that's exactly why we've structured this proposed program as is. It would just involve the homeowner deciding to assume that it is asbestos containing drywall. They bag it appropriately and everything, and then deliver it to the landfill themselves for disposal.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Currently, we've got option 1 on the floor. Director McMahon, are you? Okay, I'll go to Director White.
Be transparent in my vote. I accept your rationale, Chair, and am trying to avoid taxation as much as possible, so I'll be voting no as well.
No.
The one we're on?
No, so option 1 is a $100,000 taxation savings.
Yeah.
And option 2 is an $80,000 taxation savings.
Savings.
With $20,000 being spent to
I just saw
potentially
taxation
implement a
here.
new program.
13,000 taxation?
That's 2026.
And it's all in brackets, so it's a reduction.
That's why.
Yeah. Director Lee, did I see your hand? Go ahead.
My understanding is that we've been using these regulations for around a year now. This is not anything new to the people doing this. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, that's correct. There's been a number of legal challenges back and forth between WorkSafe BC and the recycling facility that were only recently resolved earlier this year. So in order to maintain a consistent program that we can offer the public, the changes in effect for option 1 have been enforced for over a year now.
Thank you. So this would permanently enshrine that procedure. Yeah. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. Director McMahon, you're really struggling. Go ahead.
I am really struggling with this because, homeowners who are trying to renovate their own homes are caught between a rock and a hard place here. And I just don't have a real sense for, how many people are in this bind. So I'm reluctant to set up a service that's as I said, going to keep getting more expensive. But on the other hand, we need to have some compassion for people who don't want to be driving their drywall on the ferry with a stack of forms.
If they can get the qualified professionals to even do the paperwork for them. Okay, I'm going to call the question then. All those in favor of option 1? Those opposed? That's defeated. I will move option 2, that we approve and incorporate. So the vote was for option 1, to approve and incorporate. And that I had 3 in favor. Yep. Yep.
I second your motion.
Thank you, Director Bax. So this is for option 2, to approve and incorporate. Any other discussion? I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? All right, Director Gabius and Director Lee opposed. Motion's carried. Thank you. Budget proposal number 7 on page 130, furniture recycling diversion program, 2-year pilot. This is $84,000 and change to be funded through a couple of options. Directors, any questions, discussions, recommendations? Director Gabius.
Yeah, well, it's nice to see. I appreciate staff's efforts to reduce things going to the landfill. So I will move to accept and
Approve and incorporate.
approve and incorporate into round 2 furniture recycling.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. Just checking to make sure everybody's okay. You're all on the right page, page 130 of the agenda package. Any discussion on the motion? Director White, are you reaching for a microphone to? Okay, then I will call the question. All those in favor? And any opposed? That motion's carried. Thank you. And bottom of page 131, budget proposal number 8, solid waste containers. So this is about $75,000 funded from operating reserves. And this is explained on page 132. This is to fund the purchase of the bins, so we don't have to rent them anymore. Director McMahon?
Yeah, I'll move that number 8 be approved and incorporated.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Is there any discussion on the motion? Director Bax?
I just want to thank staff for coming forward with this proposal. You know, a lifespan of one of these bins is gonna pay for itself after a few years, and I think this is a really good use of taxpayer money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. All right, budget proposal number 9 on page 133, solid waste contracts, 350, 351, and 352, funded through a combination of taxation and user fees or tipping fees. And directors, Director McMahon?
Yes, I will move proposal 9 be approved and incorporated.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you. That takes us to the end of solid waste. Thank you, Manager Soul. Thank you, GM Rosenboom. Oh, is there another recommendation at the start of the report? Thank you. Yeah, and further that the following proposed initiative be referred to 2026 round 2 budget as financial implications are to be confirmed. In-house Pender Harbor Transfer Station site operations. Moved. Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Yeah, I think that's got it now. Thank you. All right, and with that, we're moving on to item 4.7, Community Recreation 2026 Capital Funding Update. And this is starting on page 135 of our agenda. Welcome, Manager Doyle. Did you have an opening for this item?
Yeah, thank you. The report in front of you today articulates several options to establish an increased level of service for SCRD recreation facilities, as well as build in capital reserves for future replacement of the 2 aging recreation facilities. The recommendation to fund renewal of all components of recreation facilities through the capital plan, including project management costs in all projects, and to build reserves have been strategically aligned with the expiration of construction debt repayment for the Seashell Pool and the Gibsons Arena. This means that the overall amount of funding being requested for recreation facilities remains nearly the same as previous years. A similar report was presented at pre-budget, and it was requested it be brought back to round 1, and here we are. Staff are available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Manager Doyle. And just highlighting for directors, we've got option 1 on page 136, which is the staff recommendations that are on page 135. There's also option 2 on page 137 with recommendations at the bottom of that page and at the top of the next page. And then option 3 and 4. There's a few options here for us to consider. So Director McMahon, I think I saw your hand.
Yes, that was before I was confusing myself with options. I said this before, but I'll say it again. The taxpayers voted to pay the extra on their taxes for 20 years, and we're making it eternal, and we don't have a plan for what we're going to do with these recreation facilities. So I just can't get on board with this. At the point where we do have a plan for the recreation facilities, then it should appropriately go back out to a public referendum and be decided by the taxpayers. But I can't, this is a really big increase, and I can't support it. So I will now go and read again through all of the options.
Thank you very much. Director Inkster.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to move the motion that's presented to us, the one that was recommended. Just wait for a seconder.
You've got a seconder. Go ahead.
Thank you. It would be interesting when we have these discussions to trace back over the last short number of years to see all the amount of money that we've been spending on recreational facilities, even while we pay the debt on it. I think that the staff pointed out that as it was introduced, that it's in alignment with the withdrawal or the end of the loan. So it's a very similar amount to what that would be. If we went in a different direction, it would be difficult to pull that back, although it would be financial relief for the public. It's very difficult to pull that back and then add it later. That's the problem we have. So I'm comfortable with a capital plan for our rec facilities. As I indicated, there's a number of projects that we've spent money on over the last number of years that we had to look for funding elsewhere for that. We can predict that that will continue and even increase as these facilities age. So that's why I have to support this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And just from my own perspective, I can entirely see the point of putting money aside now towards facilities or retrofit or whatever we're going to do. Like, we're not going to reach a point where we're just going to tear down all the recreation facilities on the Sunshine Coast. We're always going to have something on the coast. And so from that perspective, I can entirely understand where you're coming from, Director Inkster. But without more thorough consultation, I think, with the community, I leaned towards option 2, where we put 500,000 instead of $1 million. So we do keep some for future facilities, and we do basically provide about $500,000 worth of relief in revenue that comes from the taxpayers, whether it's through parcel taxes, ad valorem, what have you. So, but I look forward to other directors' comments. So we do have a motion on the floor, which is option 1. Director Bax.
Yeah, I don't like the sticker shock of this. It's I understand putting 2% away, increasing the amount that we add to this every year. 2% doesn't even cover inflation on most years. But putting in almost 25% increase this year is a bit much. I would rather see the pain stretched out over a number of years rather than it all being paid for upfront this year, like in 1 year to increase it by, almost $500,000. If I understand it correctly, that it could be spread out over a number of years, and rather than a 2% increase in the following years, that the whole increase could be 3.5% or something like that. But right now, the way it stands, I don't see any of these options that I really can support.
Thank CAO.
I just want to make sure, because this particular report actually came to pre-budget and it was referred back here for reconsideration. We just want to make sure it was really well understood as to why it's in front of you again today and why it's what the proposal is. We essentially have the parcel tax that funded the debt for the 2 newer facilities that's coming off. So the proposal is, and what was presented at pre-budget was, again, I think it's included, or at least the attachments are here, is that we have we're only funding critical items in the current recreation facilities. And so there are, I think, recognition that we do have to fund various items through significant debt increases just to fund critical items as well, such as the roofs over the last couple of years. So this is really just to say, until we complete the recreation needs assessment, to keep the reserve contribution sort of status quo, so there's not a significant increase or dip, and that's part of your financial sustainability policy. And so this aligns with that particular board policy. So until that recreation needs assessment, until we've done that public consultation, then we'd be able to have a better understanding as to what the servicing needs are. But I think what those charts show is that we're already underfunded in our existing service levels. So it's, even though it kind of says for potentially new facilities, it could be just to sustain the current ones. And if anyone has been keeping track as to what other communities are, I don't know if our community could afford to build new facilities because they're probably 5 to almost tenfold what we built them for. So essentially, this is, I think, a very conservative mark. I think if we do reduce it down to 500,000, we will have significant pressures in the future, especially if you see the graphs where there's some huge bumps, like you saw in the water one. And so our ability to fund those will be very challenging. So I'm not trying to debate. I just want to make sure that it was well understood, because it was, a lot of this business case was presented at pre-budget, was at the end of October.
Thank you. Director Gabius and then Director Inkster.
Yeah, I'm going to vote in support of the motion. I think we have an opportunity here now. Of course, it would be great to see some relief in taxation. I would love that. But we have an opportunity here to not increase, but still be investing in what we have and into the future. And if we zoom out, we're not ever going to not do recreation. That's something that people want, that people love. And the earlier we put money aside, the more we're going to, the faster it can accumulate. So I appreciate the financial sustainability that's in line with our strategic lenses, and understanding also the point that Director McMahon is making, but I think this is an opportunity that we wouldn't be able to catch up if we were to not go ahead with this later on. It would hit us harder in the future, I believe. So I'll be voting in favor.
Thank you. Director Inkster and Director McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. So when the referendum occurred for the recreational facilities, we were at near to 70% support. And that was for borrowing a substantial amount of money for facilities that have probably tripled in costs now. To replicate that kind of result, but also the facilities, the cost to the taxpayer would be much higher. The amount of money we're putting aside, as has been indicated, could only deal with the costs that we've sustained over buildings that are aging already. We need to be sustainable in our planning for these particular facilities they will not get cheaper. And the repairs will not get cheaper, as we've seen the inflationary factor of many of our other projects. The water rate change over the last number of years is an indication of not necessarily good planning when it comes to inflation and community need. So we need to be a little more strategic and a little more sustainable in our financial planning moving forward with the recreational facilities, with that very glaring example in our history. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Inkster. I wonder what the water rates were back when that referendum passed and people committed to these kind of dollars for recreation, and absolutely look at how we've had to catch up for water. Director McMahon?
Thank you. My property taxes have tripled since the time of that referendum. Several people have suggested that we are not going to we're not increasing the recreation charges, but there is only one taxpayer, and we are increasing a whole bunch of other things. So the taxes are going up, and we can't avoid that. And as we were shown in this morning's presentation, we have a lot of major capital projects coming at us. So I think there's going to have to be some very hard conversations in this community about what we can really afford on a tax base of 34,000 people. And I noted in the consultation with the public there that a bare majority of the people who took the survey would consider additional taxes for drinking water, but only about a third would even consider it for recreation facilities and programming. So, you know, people do actually know what it is that's essential around here. And I'm sorry, this isn't essential, and we're going to have to really talk about it in future. I can't wear this right now.
Thank you, Director McMahon. Any other comments from directors? What's on the table right now is the recommendations on page 135, which is option 1. And this is a one-for-one transfer from that parcel tax to ad valorem for capital contributions. I don't see any other hands up. Oh, Director Gabius.
There's a question to staff, perhaps. This could be revisited in the future. This contribution could be revisited if we decide we have a strategy now for recreation, and, you know, like, this is not necessarily forever. Like, there could be some changes in the future, right?
Absolutely. I mean, a director could even move an additional recommendation that this be revisited as part of the 2027 budget cycle. Okay, I don't see any other hands up, so I'm going to call the question. This is on option 1. This is voting all directors except Area A. Sorry, Director Lee. All those in favor? Sorry, guys. All those in favor? Those opposed? That's defeated. 4-3. I'm going to move the recommendations associated with option 2 at the bottom of page 137. So that still has the increase for community recreation capital renewal of $458,000, but it changes that the contributions to capital reserves for future development and major retrofit are $500,000 instead of $1 million. Director Inkster, are you seconding?
Yeah, and I'll speak to it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to support this because I know I have one vote that is yours to get this done. So that's why I'm going to support it, and I'm glad it will come back in future for further discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Inkster. Anybody else wishing to speak to the motion? Director McMahon?
I would have preferred option 4, but I think that this is one that we might be able to reach consensus on.
Thank you. So with that, I will call the question.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify that in the option 2, it says 1721. It's actually 1712. It was a typo, just to clarify that.
Thank you. Yeah, another $10,000 savings to taxation. So I will call the question on this because I don't see any other hands up. All those in favor? Those opposed? Nobody opposed? That's carried. I'd also like to make an additional recommendation that this be revisited as part of the 2027 budget cycle. If somebody would like, thank you, Director Bax. And I think that could be an opportunity to ensure that we do have those conversations with the community around specifically capital funding for recreation. Is this a right amount? Should there be more? Should there be less? You know, what have you. I just don't want it to get forgotten over a board transition, right, with the election in the fall. Director Inkster.
Yeah, okay. Let's talk about it every year, maybe. The only thing I would say, Chair, is we have to make sure that we have enough information and for the public, to inform the public when we start talking about these things. I don't know who was around during the referendum at this board table, but you were. And I don't know where you voted, but anyway, yeah. Well, I don't know. I put a lot of work into getting an aquatic facility for seashell. Nevertheless, the amount of information that was available to the public that was put forward by the regional district was substantive. And there was a number of referendums. I think there was 2 failed ones previous to the 70% in favor. So, but the amount of information available to the public was huge about what the facilities were going to be and what they would cost. And there was some changes. Gibson's added some pieces to their facility, and that may have made it more digestible to the public. So made it a larger facility in the end. So that made it a little bit, maybe it was digestible more too. So it's all about information and what community uses we can make of these buildings. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Inkster. So I'll call the question, not seeing any other hands. This is just that it come back again at the 2027 budget for conversation. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Okay. Next up is item 4.8. 2026 round 1 budget proposal for 615 community recreation. And directors. Welcome. Perfect. And did you have an introduction to these couple of items, or, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you for this opportunity to provide an overview of the 2026 Community Services Department priorities and budget considerations. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank the leadership team that was within Community Services and my administrative support for their contributions, time and effort that went into this, because I took a break right before R1, and so I really appreciated everything that the team did to get things together. So the proposed project and budget considerations before you today reflect the values and priorities of the board and focus on transit expansion and supporting infrastructure planning, asset stewardship, as well as maintaining safe and functional facilities for both patrons and staff. So as we go through the different divisions within the department, I do have a brief intro to each of those, Chair, if you'll so indulge me, and staff will be here to answer questions. So I'll segue right into
straight into
item 4.8. You betcha.
Go for it.
Thank you, Chair. The budget proposals for community recreation represent a non-annual maintenance item that exceeds the annual operating budget allotment, along with a proposal that represents requests directly from our user group, specifically ICE, for increased availability. Options are available to consider for the different ICE increases that are being provided, and the board can choose to support all, some, or none. And with that, we are here to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I'm reading the proposals correctly, starting on page 148, it's basically 1A or some combination of 1B, C, or D. Okay, thank you. Directors, starting on page 148 is 1A, which is ice service level increase at the Gibsons and Area Community Center and Sunshine Coast Arena. And so this is the full basket of services, and then there's subsequent options from there. Director McMahon?
I'm subsequent. I could move the extended Monday hours at SCA during the ice season on the theory that we've got the ice in anyway, so let's have more people use it more.
So you're looking at 1B.
1B.
So you're going to move 1B to be approved and incorporated. Okay. And I've got a seconder for that. Thank you, Director Stanford. Is there discussion on that? If not, this is voting everybody but Area A. Sorry, Director Lee. I will call the question then. All those in favor? Those opposed? Director Bax is opposed. That motion's carried. Directors, since we've gone down the path of the alternative options, would anybody like to move or discuss options 1C or 1D? Since this is the road we've gone down. Director Gabius.
Yeah, extending the ice season 2 weeks each way. It seems, I'm looking at the financial implications, and most would be covered by user fees and service charges. And I think it would be a nice thing for the community. Like, we have the facilities, we have the demand, we'd be able to recoup the fees, and the community wants this. And I think that would be a good use of our facilities without putting too much of a burden on taxation. So I would like to, I guess, no, okay. It would have to be, but let's, okay, if I have to pick, the 2 additional weeks, 1C, let's go 1C.
Okay.
2 additional weeks at SCA in the fall.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Approving and incorporating 1C. Director Stanford, thank you. Director McMahon, I see you hot on a button there, so go ahead.
Thank you. I just vaguely recollect from the previous report on this that the timing of this was awkward for staff because of maintenance at the pool, if I remember correctly, so that the extended ice would be at the same time. And the other thing that I recollect from previous discussion is that SCA is not well insulated. And so if we had really warm weather, late summer, early fall, that it would be challenging. Do staff have any comments on that?
Thank you for the question. It is, you are correct. The higher seasonal temperatures may impact the ice installation and operations.
GM.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to follow that up. So in the event that there was an unusually warm fall, we could delay, but without the budget in place, we can't even put it in. So we acknowledge that there could be a risk to that. The other part of the question was related to staff costs related to shutdowns. And so that has been built into the request, some additional staffing in order to be able to put in both ice and be working on shutdowns. So that has been considered in the proposal before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Stanford.
I second this for discussion purposes, but this works well for ice users, but I also know that these facilities are used by people that aren't using the ice. So there's other sports that access this. So I'm not sure what the impact, it says there is a impact, but how significant that is, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Chair. So just confirming this is 1C, which is talking about SCA. So there's actually not a lot of activities that occur in SCA in the fall. It's more in the spring that SCA is, spring and summer that SCA is busier. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on 1C, which is the ice service level increase at the Sunshine Coast Arena? If not, I will call the question. This is voting all except Area A. All those in favor? And opposed? Director McMahon opposed. That motion is carried. Okay. If it so pleases anybody, there is 1D, which is an ice service level increase at Gibson's and Area Community Center. Director Gabius?
Yes, I would like to move that we incorporate, sorry, I can't remember, option 1D. Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, thank you, and thank you, Director White, for seconding. Discussion, Director McMahon?
Just pointing out that we don't have established service levels for any of these, and we keep increasing them. So, you know, before our recreation review. Not impressed. This is never going to roll back because the ice users will fight it tooth and nail. So, yeah.
I believe it was actually rolled back once, like there was more, and then it's come back, and now we're putting it back again. But, okay, any other discussion? Director Bax?
If I understand this, it's not going to cost anything in 2026, and in 2027, the user fees and service charges will cover all the costs for this particular increase, as well as pay $1,100 into taxation. So it's actually a moneymaker for us.
Well, save $1,100 from taxation.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. Any other discussion on the motion? I will call the question then. All those in favor? And opposed? Director McMahon opposed. That motion is carried. Okay, and budget proposal number 2 on page 154, Seashelt Aquatic Center water slide refurbishing, $105,000 funded from taxation. Directors, any discussion? Director Gabius?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My understanding that there needs to be a lifeguard on duty for the slide, and with the constraints that we have with the lifeguard staffing, like how often is the slide open? And does it make sense to invest in that slide now if it's not open that often because of our lifeguard constraints? Anyway, first question, how often is it open?
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair. I actually can't answer that question. I don't know the amount of days that I can tell you when it was closed. I think last year. It was, we got a lot of complaints. It's one of those features that are well loved by our patrons and contribute to, you know, sort of your value for money. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
There's a mention that the refurbishing would prevent the reduction of the expected service life. I'm just curious, what is the expected service life?
Technical question.
Yeah, my apologies. I couldn't tell you what the service life is. I can tell you that nothing's been done on the slide since it was installed in 2007. So I'd have to go to the capital plan and look it up. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Director Bax, did I see your hand?
Yes, as a user of this piece of equipment, I would like to put forward the motion for the funding.
Approve and incorporate?
Approve and incorporate this particular funding ask.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Director Stamford. Director Inkster, did you want to speak to it? Thank you, Director Inkster, for that. Any discussion on the motion? I will call the question then. All those in favor? And any opposed? That motion's carried. Thank you. All right, and that is the end of 4.8. All right, on to 4.9, which is the round 1 budget proposal for 625 Pender Harbor Aquatic and Fitness Center. Did you want to speak to this before we go into it?
Well, Chair, pretty straightforward, but I did have a little sentence. So we are requesting funding for the replacement of the tile in the pool. The Pender Harbor Aquatic and Fitness Facility doesn't have a capital plan for the building components that are the responsibility of the SCRD. Rather, these requests come forward separately through budget. So this represents some needed repair work on the pool basin. Thank you.
Thank you. I seem to remember that this is a regularly occurring sort of maintenance thing. But Director Lee, it's your area. I'll look to you.
I'd like to make a motion that the budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2026 Round 2 budget.
Thank you. So that's budget proposal 1, Pender Harbor Pool Basin Tile Replacement.
Yes.
$64,000 funded from reserves. And it's a single participant service, so it's voting all directors. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Director Bax. All right. Is there any discussion on this motion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. All right. And thank you very much. We'll move on to item 4.10, which is 2026 Round 1 budget proposal for 313 building maintenance and 613 facility services. And this is starting on page 160 of the agenda package. Jim?
Thank you, Chair. So as past community services quarterly reports, as well as the carry forwards identified in the draft capital plan, you can see that capacity is needed within facilities to help support the timely execution of our capital renewal projects, ensuring the sustainable delivery of our recreation services. So this budget proposal represents a position that is dedicated to these capital renewal projects with some support for major projects delivered through building maintenance. So happy to answer questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The budget proposal number 1 in this section, starting on page 160, is Facility Services Project Management Resource. 73,850 funded from a few different services, or a few different sources. So directors, this is voting all directors. Director McMahon.
I'm just going to point out that that is the 2026 amount, and there is a larger amount in subsequent years.
Thank you, and that's on page 164 near the bottom. So the 2026 ask is a 6-month prorated amount, sorry, a 7-month prorated amount at 0.6 FTE. Director McMahon, did you have more or? Okay, any other discussion? Motions, recommendations? Directors? Director Bax.
I have a question. So on page 10 of our report, it does say that there's an expected FTE of 2.22
Sorry,
increase. Page 11, sorry.
Page 11 of 6?
Of this.
Oh, of the entire agenda package. Okay.
And so I just want some clarity around it. It says that we're looking at a 1.3 FTE, permanent FTE, and then a 0.92 FTE rise in the part-time employees. And this particular budget item comes with a prorated 0.6 FTE. And I was just wondering, is that the total ask within the budget for our full-time employees? Because this is another FTE increase. And so I want to know if this FTE increase is also included in what I see on page 11. It is? Okay. Staff says it is.
There's the answer to your question.
Just want to know.
Now, what page were we on? 164?
In that case, I will move the recommendation, the budget proposal be improved and incorporated into the 2026 Round 2 budget. Budget proposal number 1, Facility Services Project Manager Resource.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Director Stanford. Any discussion? Director McMahon.
I can see the rationale, but this is one that I would prefer to defer for another year, especially in light of whatever comes out of the recreation review.
Thank you. Any other comments from directors? Director McMahon, I can certainly understand that perspective. Yep. Not seeing any other hands, I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? It's carried. Director White, Gabius, and McMahon opposed. So that motion's carried. Okay, and I think that's it for that report. Sure, we can take a 5-minute break. And welcome back to the Round 1 Budget Committee meeting for December the 1st, 2025. Next up, starting on page 166, is item 4.11, 2026 Round 1 Budget Proposal for 650 Community Parks.
Thank you, Chair. There are two parks budget proposals for your consideration. One requesting the provision of custodial services at the park shop, which currently does not exist. And the other is staff are very pleased to be able to present a proposal related to the operations of the long-awaited Half Moon Bay Hall. So we're here to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And straightforward introduction. So we're going to dive straight into budget proposal number 1. This is voting rural directors, A, B, D, E, and F, because it's park service. So budget proposal number 1, Half Moon Bay Hall operating budget lift. Director Gabius.
Yes, it's so exciting. I'm seeing that there'll also be some savings with the utilities, but because it's a new building with cheaper to run, there'll be some savings there, but base budget does need to go up. So I will move to approve and incorporate into round 2 the budget proposal, Half Moon Bay Hall operating budget lift.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. A couple of them. Any discussion? Director McMahon.
The recreation review coming up are the community halls in scope for that?
Yes, thank you for the question. Community halls are within the Parks 650 function, so yes, they are included in the Park Service Review, yes.
Yeah, as a follow-up, we haven't seen a breakdown on the cost of running the halls since 2014 or 2012. It would be interesting to know because I don't think they're all that expensive to operate, and they do generate some revenue. And so that would be very interesting to look at. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't hear a question for staff there just yet, but I did write it down as a possible parking lot item to discuss at a future date. I do have a motion on the floor. Is there any other discussion on the motion? If not, A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? Thank you. That's unanimous. All right. Budget proposal number 2 on page 168. Mason Yard Building Custodial Services. This is $6,500 funded through taxation. Again, this is a service a custodial service that does not yet and does not currently exist for the facility. So, directors, anybody wanting to make a motion? Director Bax?
Yeah, thank you. I wonder who cleaned up until now. But yeah, I will move that motion and incorporate it into the 2026 budget.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Any opposed? No. Okay, that motion's carried. All right. Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to move on to item 4.12, which is round 1 budget proposals for 310 public transit. Now, I believe these are all being recommended for referral to round 2, right? Did you want to introduce anything anyways, or? Sure.
Thank you, Chair. The budget proposal for transit reflects the board's direction to increase transit services and the supporting infrastructure planning in support of your climate action goals and shifting modes of transportation. Staff are still working with BC Transit on our 2026-27 annual operating budget. And so we are requesting that all of our transit-related proposals are referred to R2 so you can just see the fulsome impact of all of the proposals at one time. Thank you.
Thank you. So on page 171, we do have a recommendation to refer the budget proposals in this item to round 2. Director Bax?
Yeah, I'd like to make that proposal that we do refer this to round 2.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. This is voting all except area A. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. Thank you. 2026, or item 4.13, 2026 round 1 budget proposal for 310 public transit and 312 fleet maintenance facility.
Thank you, Chair. The proposal outlines 2 operational proposals related to the transit and fleet building. One is related to the aging heating and cooling system, which has broken down several times over the past year, where parts are obsolete. We are staff are recommending an immediate replacement of like for like, but due to your goals around climate and energy savings, we have presented the option of instead getting an engineer to do some design work to see if we could actually install a heat pump and what that might take, and then that would incur a 2027 budget proposal for actual construction. So those options are there for the board's consideration. And then the second one is related to a base budget lift to increase custodial services being provided, and the details are in the budget proposal. And staff are here for questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So directors, we have 1A or 1B to choose from, and then budget proposal number 2. So 1A is the installation of like for like, and then 1B would be the design for a replacement system, but not installation because of costs. Okay. I guess my question that I've got around 1B, and maybe this is a question for the CAO, if we are doing heat pumps or something that is climate action compatible, is there other funding streams that might be available for the work other than just, taxation? Sorry, Director Bax. Thank you.
Yeah, we could look at LG cap funding, and I thought staff had done a review of that, but I'm looking at GM. She looks like she wants to say something.
Thank you, Chair. As long as LG cap would be eligible in the event that we can't go this way, there is the risk that the duct system and such within the building may not support, or the cost might be exorbitant. So I think that's why we landed on funding it through taxation, and that if we are going in that direction, the construction or the installation, we could look at that funding source. Thank you.
Thank you. And for clarification, that's what I was thinking of, was the actual construction phase. And LG CAP was the name of the program I was hinting at, but couldn't remember the name of. So thank you for that. Directors, questions? Director McMahon.
Not really a question. I think we should endeavor to go the right way, which is a heat pump. And if it turns out that it's not doable, it's not doable. So I would move 1B for approval and incorporation.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Okay, go ahead.
How long will we be in this building?
That was one of the questions that I'd struggled with when I was reading this, but my understanding is that the BC Transit Center is many years away, and so we need to do something in the meantime, but GM Gagnon?
Thank you, Chair. I do appreciate the question. So when transit moves to our new operations and maintenance facility, which is still several years out, obviously, there still would be a use for the building. So it's not like the building would be decommissioned at that point in time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, discussion? If not, we're looking at approving and incorporating option 1B, which is transit and fleet building, heating and cooling system design, I guess. All those in favor? All right, that is carried. Thank you. And budget proposal number 2 on page 182, transit and fleet building custodial services base budget lift. This is funded partly through taxation and partly through internal recoveries. It's $8,000. Directors, any questions, motions? Director Stamford.
I'll move number 2, approve and move to round 2 budget, transit and fleet building custodial services base budget lift.
Sorry, is that approve and incorporate or? Yeah. Okay,
sorry,
thank you.
That's right.
And seconded by Director Gabius. Is there any discussion on this? If not, call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. Excellent. Thank you. So next up, we have item 4.14, which is round 1 budget proposal for 312 fleet maintenance facility.
Thank you, Chair. These budget proposals for the fleet maintenance facility focus on critical infrastructure upgrades required to maintain operational reliability across our corporate and transit fleets. The proposal address end-of-life equipment, safety considerations, and necessary technology upgrades to support our vehicle operations. And we are here to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Budget Proposal 1 is on page 186 of the agenda package. That's Fleet Mobile Service Truck Replacement, $80,000 being funded through an MFA loan. Directors, any questions, motions? Director McMahon?
I'm pretty impressed with the 30-year-old truck. This one doesn't owe us anything. Sort of like the pump at Langdale Well did over 30 years, if I remember correctly. So I could move approval of incorporation into the budget for fleet mobile service truck replacement.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Director Gabias. Any discussion on the motion, directors? This is voting all directors. So Director Lee, you're included on this one. Ready to vote? I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. All right. Next up is Budget Proposal 2 on page 187, which is fuel system, including software and fuel pump replacement. So this is $60,000 funded from capital reserves. Directors, any questions or motions? Director Gabias?
Thank you, Chair. I'll move to approve and incorporate into the 2026 round 2 budget proposal number 2.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Director Stanford. Any discussion on this? I think the budget proposal speaks for itself quite clearly. I will call the question then. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Budget proposal number 3 on page 188 is annual software fee for electric vehicle chargers at Mason Road and Field Road base budget lift. It's $9,000 from internal recoveries based on participation of EVs from each service function. Yeah, Director Gabias.
Thanks, Chair. I'll move to approve and incorporate into the 2026 round 2 budget proposal number 3.
Thank you, and seconded by Director McMahon. Any discussions? All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. All right, thank you. Next up, thank you, Manager Kidwai, for coming to be with us today. Next up, item 4.15 on page 190. This is 2026 round 1 budget proposal for 315 Mason Yards.
Thank you, Chair. I think the proposals are fairly straightforward. We're just wanting to do some more GPR work in the yards next year, as well as asking for a base budget lift to reflect costs that we're actually incurring. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Directors, any, we've got 2 budget proposals in this item. Budget Proposal 1 on page 190 is ground stability assessment at Mason Road Yards. Directors, any questions? $24,050 funded through support services. Yeah, Director Gabias.
I should be your wingman today. I'll move to approve and incorporate budget proposal number 1 into the 2026 round 2 budget.
Thank you very much, and that's been seconded. Is this, it says in the budget proposal, no additional FTE or resourcing. I assume this is just a contract that we would let somebody who'd come in, do scanning, give us a report back. Okay, thank you. All right, I will call the question. This is voting all directors. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. And budget proposal number 2, Mason Road Yards operating base budget lift, $13,000 funded through support services. This is on page 192. This includes items such as site security, road maintenance, pest control, waste management, septic system, snow and ice control, and landscaping. So any questions, directors, or motions? Director Stanford? I saw you lean forward. I thought you were going for a microphone.
I'll move approve and forward to round 2 budget.
Approve and
Number
incorporate.
2, yeah, I'm losing it here, obviously. 315 Mason Road Yards operation base budget lift.
Thank you. And I've got seconders for that. And any discussion on the motion? I will call the question then. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. All right. I think that's the end of our time with you today, GM Gagnon. Thank you. So next up, we've got Regional Sustainability Services, item 4.16, starting on page 194. GM Hall, do you have an introduction to everything briefly, or jump straight into it?
No introduction, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so round 1 budget proposal for 136 Regional Sustainability Services. Directors, on page 195 is budget proposal number 1, Community Greenhouse Gas Inventory, $15,000 funded from operating reserves. This is updated from taxation based on pre-budget. So this is being funded from reserves instead. Directors, any questions? Director Bax?
So I noticed that the project was delayed, or it wasn't completed in 2025 due to something outside of our control. And I was wondering if that thing that was outside of our control has now been corrected and the project's ready to go forward for 2026.
Thank you, Chair. So following board direction, staff attempted to establish a partnership with a community organization to accomplish the project. And for reasons outside of our control, that did not work out. The approach that would be used for if this project proceeds in 2026 would be more typical of how this kind of inventory has been prepared in the past with just a consulting services contract. Thanks.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
I'm just asking about the consistency of the different methods that different local governments are using. Is everybody using the same methodology so that we can compare?
Manager Shea?
Thank you, Chair. There's different methodologies indeed. They generally are comparable to the extent that a methodology will look at the previous years as well, so that the trend within the community is consistent. And in this proposal, we're looking at a methodology that's used by a lot of communities around the Sunshine Coast, or around the province.
Thank you very much. And Director Gabius?
Thank you, Chair. I'll move to approve and incorporate budget proposal number 1 into the 2026 round 2 budget.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. This is voting all directors. This is a regional service. Any discussion on the motion? I will call the question then. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. All right. Well, that's it for that one. Thank you. Moving on to item 4.17, 2026 round 1 budget proposal for regional planning services. And this is starting on page 189. Thank you, GM Hall, for being here. Budget proposal 1, on page 198 is regional housing coordinator, 85,000 funded through MRDT grant. There is a recommendation here to refer it to round 2, pending additional information to be received last week.
Yeah.
GM Hall?
Thank you, Chair. So the other, because this budget proposal and any associated work around affordable housing is funded through a share of revenue from the online accommodation platform of the municipal regional district tax. And for timing reasons, we're only informed of the value of the following year's funding quite late in the year. And so, as in past years, by round 2, we should have that information. And staff would propose to bring forward a report at or prior to round 2 that both addresses the information received at Committee of the Whole last week and also the funding information that we will be receiving from Sunshine Coast Tourism. Thank you.
Okay, so we are still waiting on some information. Director McMahon and Director Bax.
Yeah, I'd like to move the recommendation to move this to round 2.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder. Was that what you were going to do, Director Bax? Perfect, thank you very much. Any discussion on the motion? This is voting all directors. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion's carried. All right, thank you. So next up is 4.18, round 1 budget proposal for 504, Rural Planning Services. This is starting on page 200, but the actual budget proposal's on 201. GM Hall, was there anything you wanted to say to this, or jump straight to the budget proposal?
Well, staff are happy to answer any questions. I just highlight that the staffing continuance here is 0.5 FTE for 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is Rural Directors, ABDEF, Director Bax.
I move that the budget proposal number 1, official community plan renewal project continuation, be forwarded to the approved and incorporated into the 2026 round 2 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder from my rural areas? Thank you. Director McMahon.
Sorry, this is where I fell off the agenda yesterday because I had a migraine headache and had to quit reading. To be clear, this is temporary for a portion of 3 years. Is none of this position funded from planning fees?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, this is indeed temporary, and the cost recovery work that has been done around fees has related to development processing. So there remains taxation support to our overall planning function. These positions are would be funded by taxation as proposed. Thanks.
Thank you. Directors, Director Gabius, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I don't want to get into the grass too much here, but so the OCP project, the timeline changed for a variety of reasons. One of them was that we paused the project for a little bit. And so I'm wondering if there's any way that, so I don't know what the staff was doing at the time, but any way that can recoup some of those funds while we were on pause. So I don't know if, I'm not sure how it worked behind the scenes, but since the timeline was extended because of a pause, I wonder if there's a way to recoup some of the staff.
GMO.
Thank you. The short answer is no. Staff were doing additional project work during the time that the project scope was being confirmed. However, staff were able to reorganize work with the consultant team such that even with a longer duration, we expect that the current approved budget on that part of the project remains sufficient. Thanks.
Thank you. Directors, I will highlight for you down near the bottom of 203, there's the option 1 that's the recommended, which is to approve the FTE continuation right through to 2028. And then option 2 is only to approve the 2026 FTE with a status report and a 2027 budget proposal to come back for further continuation. So, Director Gabius.
So are we just tagging on to the motion that's on the floor with the option?
My apologies. Yes, we already have a motion on the floor.
Right, but with no option. Oh, right, well, wait.
Sorry for confusing things. You have a recommendation that's currently on the floor, which is the approve and incorporate budget proposal 1, which is the option 1 down on page 203. Thank you. I don't see any other hands. The day is getting long, so I'm starting to wind out. Director McMahon.
I think we're all getting a bit foggy. I'm sort of on the fence here. I appreciate that we have an aggressive timeline on the OCP and need to provide the staffing to do that. I'm just slightly tempted to let this be reviewed again in a year when we know better how the project is going and when there's a new board.
Thank you. Director Lee, you look contemplative. I don't know if you've got something you want to add in.
Yes, I was leaning towards what Director McMahon just mentioned. It shouldn't slow anything down. We'll just know more in the second year.
Thank you. So I will call the question on what's currently on the floor, which is, the option 1 to continue the project. Yes, yeah, just the way the recommendation was written there. Anyways, which is the option 1? All those in favor? And those opposed? That's defeated. All right. Director McMahon.
I would like to move option 2.
Okay. And I've got a seconder for that. Thank you. So that would be approve a 0.5 FTE continuation for 2026 only, with direction to prepare a project status report with a 2027 budget proposal for further continuation. Okay. Any discussion on that motion? It was seconded. Thank you, Director Bax. I will call the question then. A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? Thank you. That's unanimous. Okay. All right. And with that, we can move on to 4.18, which is round 1 budget proposal for 504. Nope. 419, round 1 budget proposal for 520 building inspection services. I would have continued down that path if it hadn't been for Mr. Kennett walking up to the table. So, all right, 4.19, this is on page 205 of our agenda package. So budget proposal number 1, building inspection services, operational base budget lift, 18,500 funded through user fees. And this is voting ABDEF SNGD. And directors, Director McMahon? No. Director Bax?
It is a long day, isn't it? Jeez. All right, this is why I call for a break at 2 o'clock so we could kind of recharge a little bit. But I'm going to keep moving and say that I want to take budget proposal number 1, which appears on 205, and approve and incorporate into the 2026 round 2 budget.
Thank you, Director Bax. And I saw a seconder for that. Thank you very much. Is there any discussion on this motion? Director McMahon? See, I knew she was going to ask the question.
Really,
that's all.
Really briefly, though, the stats in here were interesting. And just things like, credit card fees that were not originally considered when the budget was set up. So, this service costs us very little,
In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I believe building inspection actually returns money to taxation.
So, great deal. Thank you.
Yeah. So I will call the question then. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay. And that's the end of that item. Thank you, Mr. Kennett. Moving on to item 4.20, 2026 round 1 budget proposal for 540 Hillside Development Project. So we've got budget proposal number 1 on page 208, which is Hillside rent revenue reduction. Based on the expiration of the water lot subleases and things like that. This is voting all directors, I believe. And so directors, I would look for questions or a motion. Director McMahon?
I would like to move the recommendation to be approved and incorporated.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. Is there any discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. And we have recommendation number 2 on page 208, that the following proposed initiative be referred to 2026 round 2 budget for consideration which is Hillside Head Lease Termination and Transition Environmental Cleanup Activities. So moved, seconded, all those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. That takes us to the end of 4.20. Thank you, GM Hall. Let's take just a 5-minute break before we possibly wrap up for the day. And welcome back to the Sunshine Coast Regional District Budget Round 1 for December 1st, 2025. We're going to go to the end of hopefully 4.23 and then we'll stop for the day. So next up, we've got item 4.21, which is 2026 Round 1 budget proposal for Function 220, Emergency Telephone 911. This is budget proposal number 1 on page 211. This is voting all directors because this is a regional service. 911 levy increase, ECOM and NextGen 911. $22,695 funded from taxation. Directors, any questions, comments, motions? Director Bax?
Yes, I would like to put budget proposal number 1. I propose that it be approved and incorporated into the 2026 round 2 budget. But I do have a question.
No.
Oh,
Oh, me, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I've got a seconder for that. Any discussion on this? Director Bax?
I have a question. Is there no grants available for this?
This is general operating levies.
Okay.
Yeah, this is basically a user fee that we pay to Ecom, is my understanding. Yep, thank you, Chief Michael. And it keeps going up every year. So I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you, that is carried. All right. Next up, we have item 4.22, 2026 Round 1 Budget Proposal for Function 222, Sunshine Coast Emergency Planning. Now, we do have budget proposal number 1 on page 214, which is Sunshine Coast Emergency Planning Community Grants Program. So Neighborhood Emergency Preparedness Financial Support, 3-year pilot project, $10,000 funded through taxation. This is to provide support to our community associations and user groups. Director McMahon.
Yes, I know there's a lot of interest out there in this program, so I'd be happy to move that this be approved and incorporated.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. This is also voting all directors. Is there any discussion on the motion? Director Lee?
It seems like quite a low amount of money for all this good work we're doing. Is that will adequately fund what we need though, eh? Is that correct?
For the. Oh, okay.
Green means go.
The initiative as it stands and how I understand it, it's a pilot project that's kind of based off of the green waste grant program through the SCRD as well, where we, the people can apply with their project in mind for emergency preparedness within a group, and we would help support that. So right now, that is a really good number to start us off to see where it goes and what we can do for the community groups.
That's great because I sure do like this program, so.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
It's a great opportunity for us to activate our community volunteers. And as is mentioned in the report here, sort of the program accidentally lapsed at the end of 2024. And so I know a couple of us funded activities in our areas through our, anyways, Director Gabius?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I'm happy to hear that model, like similar to, I guess, like the RIP model, the waste reduction initiative, because we'll see different approaches, right, from different neighborhoods. It's not going to be a one-size-fits-all. Like different community association, community groups will come up with their own ideas, and it'll be interesting to see what people come up with and what works, what's successful. So that's, I'm excited. It's great.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion on the motion? Director White? Then, go ahead, Director White.
Just questions about pickup of this program in the town of Gibsons, because I mean, as I raised last year with this budget, we have a concern that we don't actually have register like nonprofit neighborhood associations, but I think a church has pursued this work. I don't know if they received this funding though. I remain concerned about like the qualifications in order to be eligible for this grant for at least our area.
Good question. Chief Michael?
That's a great question. I think that's something that the program would need to look into, that eligibility, and I think we would take that feedback to heart as we're looking through how this program is going to roll out.
So I don't think that's necessarily anything that's baked into a cake yet, but could be amended or changed. Director McMahon?
Yeah, this isn't a showstopper. There could even be the same criteria we use for the grant and aid, which is that unincorporated groups can apply for 500 or less, if I remember that.
Right.
That was the deal. So I'm sure that we can find a happy way of working this out.
Director Bax?
Yeah, I just wanted to share my experience with this. My community had a workshop at our community hall, and fortunately we had a rather moderate earthquake just a week before we had our event that helped to fill the room, and we created different neighborhood pods, we call them, and I'm the leader of the neighborhood pod in my area, and it's a great way for our communities to be proactive about emergency response.
Thank you. Director Bax for that. All right, anything else from directors? I don't have. All right, then I'm going to call the question. Sorry, you guys are I'm focusing on what you're doing. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Yeah, thank you, Director Inkster. Okay, budget proposal number 2. Yeah, budget proposal number 2, emergency support services, equipment and training program improvements. $30,000 suggested to be funded from a grant. I see it on page 213, this one and the next one are being suggested to be deferred or referred to round 2. Okay, would somebody like to make the motion as it appears on 213? Thank you, Director McMahon. Seconded by, thank you, Director Gabius. Any discussion? So that would be that these budget proposals be deferred contingent on receipt of the Community Emergency Preparedness Fund grant. Yeah, and all those in favor? Thank you, that is carried. Okay, so that's the end of 4.22. So we'll move on to 4.23, which is 2026 Round 1 budget proposal for 210 to 218 Sunshine Coast Fire Services. This is on page 218 of the agenda. And so there's budget proposal number 1, volunteer and composite fire department equipment training grant. The recommendation here is that the following budget proposal be deferred contingent on receipt of the Community Emergency Preparedness Fund grant. Thank you. I've got a mover. I've got a seconder. Any discussion? Call the question. Director Lee.
Just actually a question. Are we pretty confident this grant's going to come along? Is there some sort of hitch, or we're just waiting for an answer?
Chief Michael?
I think the answer is I'm more hopeful than I am confident.
Thank you very much. So this is contingent upon the grant application being successful, of course.
Yeah, and if we want to go forward with either one of these on our own, we can make that decision when we know about the grant, I guess, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I will call the question then. All those in favor? Thank you, I don't get to vote on that, but anyways, there was enough people voting on it. It's all good. Thank you, that passes. That takes us to 2:51. Can I have a motion to recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m.? Moved, seconded, all those in favor? Thank you, that is carried.